All right, welcome Wednesday. It's day 3 of Feast Week. Two-man show again today. Brian Power is back. Vina will be back later in the week, I think. And I got to say, when you're betting these, it's Feast Week if you're watching. When you're betting them, it can be Feast or Famine Week. That's what's happened to me so far. I had a 5-1 day on Monday and followed it up with a 1-5 Tuesday. Brian, for my mental health, it would have been just better to go 3-3 both days, but here we are, these swings of like volume betting during the college basketball season on display for me this week. How was did you end up at the zoo at any point in time the last couple of days?
Yeah, I did end up at the zoo Monday, and I'll tell you what, I felt like I was at the zoo on Monday, both work and literally. Thanks for, by the way, carrying the load for the show yesterday. I needed, I was traveling, guys, full disclosure, on Tuesday back from Cincinnati. I'm back home, as you can see, no longer in the basement like I was on Monday. Very glad to be back home. I'll be blunt with you. I wasn't very good on Monday's show. I thought, I spoke well. I gave a lot of information, but I think as far as my opinions on a lot of those games, I didn't say a lot of correct things on Monday. So I apologize for that. Hopefully we, after a day to dust myself off and collect, I'm a little more correct here today. I was glad to see you did well on Monday at least. But yeah, this is a crazy week with all these teams playing 3 games in 3 days, teams not knowing who they're even going to play today. I mean, this Iowa State-Syracuse game is insane, Trig, in that they have what? The game tips off at 1 o'clock, correct? Where am I at here on my sheet? It tips off at 1 o'clock. They have 15 hours of lead time to know what the matchup was there, I believe. I don't think they learned till shortly after 10 a.m.
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, listen, let's, we were going to talk Gonzaga, Michigan, but since you've brought it up, let's just get the ball rolling.
Let's talk about that game. Oh, okay.
Let's just talk Iowa State, Syracuse. And I think it kind of illustrates the point that we'll probably make with some of the bigger games. It's like, from a handicapping perspective, you're in such uncharted territory with some of these third game in 3 day type scenarios, right? Where it's like, when you look at the college basketball season, like in really this only happens during conference tournament play. There's no other time. Every once in a while you'll play back to back. In the NCAA tournament, you'll play, it's not uncommon to play like a
twice
Thursday,
in 3
Saturday.
days.
Twice in 3 days. Some leagues play like that. But 3 games in 3 days really only happens now or conference tournament. And now you talk about the wrinkle of the players era, having really not knowing your opponent potentially until later that night. I mean, it's very conference tournament-esque, except usually in the conference tournament, you at least, by that point, the game is at night. It's not like first thing in the morning, which is, I think, out there because they're a couple hours behind us. So this is going to be an early tip local time. And both teams are probably they are without their best player. So yeah, how do you make sense of Iowa State, Syracuse? I'll go to you, and then I've got some thoughts, but I'm curious to see how you see this one.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting matchup. Look, I know that on social media over the last 48 hours in the college basketball world, there's been so much hand-wringing, so much talk about just the nature of this tournament, correct? And that's not for you and I to decide like that, right? I mean, look, there's games. We're going to bet on them regardless, okay? I think there's, it's kind of a soulless event, I think is kind of the consensus. But, hey, we're getting some good matchups, at least. I think what's interesting about this game, Trig, between Syracuse and Iowa State, it's not just that these teams have such little lead time. You brought up how in conference tournaments, the way the brackets are done in conference tournaments, let's say it's the quarterfinal, like we're talking a quarterfinals to semifinals situation, okay, in a 24-hour span of the conference. The 2 teams that win the third and fourth quarterfinal will then play the second semifinal, and you at least have an idea who you're going to play, right? Because the 2 teams in the opposite part of the bracket, and there's 24 hours at least to get ready. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this where it's like you're playing tomorrow 15 hours from now, and you don't know against who. And it's going to be against, a decent team. So it's crazy. What else is crazy? Iowa State is the 1-2-0 team in this, the one team that's gone 2-0 in this event, I should say, that will not get to compete for the extra NIL money, which is obviously the draw for most of these teams. I know Otzenberger saying, "Oh, this was more about character building." That's what you say when you missed out on the NIL money. But I think on the bracket, this was more. And he didn't want to run up the. To be fair, they cost themselves by not running up the score last night. So literally, and Kansas dunked it late to get into that third place game. So we're talking a lot of logistics here about the matchup. What you guys need to know: Iowa State's 2-0 in this event. Syracuse 0-2. They played Houston and Kansas, and they competed hard. Why did they lose those games, Trig? I know you know why. Let's just make sure everyone else knows why. This is a team that won 12 of 29 from the free throw line against Houston. I know a lot of people like bang their head against the wall. Oh, this free throw. You can't go 12 of 29. Sometimes, I think the free throw shooting, people make too much of that, but 12 of 29 from the charity stripe is absolutely abhorrent. And then they're 13 of 23 against Kansas. So that's 25 of 52 on free throws. Not good.
Yeah,
and it may just be a thing. It may just be a thing. With that, I mean, there's certain teams that just suck from the free throw line. So that's a problem. I don't know. That's a lot. We've said a lot here for a game that's really hard to bet. There's no prep time, and it's early in the year. It's not like you got a lot of tape on these teams either.
Yeah. So and also just to your point about the conference tournaments and stuff like that, you've played those teams during the regular season in most cases. So it's like you've probably already prepped at once for the team you're going to play in a conference tournament. Whereas having really no idea who your opponent's going to be, because it's based on, results from a couple of days. And then it's based on whoever they hand you, because there's no bracket. Yeah, it's going to make it. But the thing is, and this is where I'll tie it back into what I think is maybe something actionable in this one. It's the same for both teams. I saw someone in the chat say, well, coaching's going to really matter. Yeah, Iowa State's got a pretty big coaching edge. Red Autry's one of the worst coaches in the land. And this goes back to something I said on Monday. I don't mind that as much when you're a 10-point dog. And so now I pulled up a comment. Doug M. Iowa State owned Creighton inside the paint. They will have a much tougher time for Syracuse interior defense. That's a very good point. Syracuse's interior defense has looked great. Also, yesterday, Brian, I knew I was doomed to have a bad day when I had Creighton plus 9.5, and it went off 4.5, and I had no chance. I had some good insight into Lipsy for Iowa State not playing. I think I put that in as a 4% play at about midnight, or maybe right around then. I was still up watching Maryland. It was 1 a.m. That went off 4.5. So I'm sitting there with a huge CLV, and it never mattered. And so that kind of set the tone for me giving back my Monday yesterday. Reason I bring that up here is I do think, so without Lipsy, even though it didn't matter against Creighton, that backcourt is very young without him. And I have to say, I've been very impressed with Syracuse's defense. And so maybe it matters a little bit here if Cuse can force a couple turnovers. If Kyle on the interior for Syracuse is the guy that came over from UCLA, has been fantastic. So I do have a lean towards Syracuse at 10. But man, it's tough because it goes both ways. Donnie Freeman didn't play in this tournament. And then you just have to wonder, how much do they have left in the tank? The all-in effort against Houston, putting the effort in to come back against Kansas, and then running out of gas. How much do they have in the tank for this early tip? I think that's what's going to ultimately keep me off of this game.
Yeah. And I think it's fair. Is the Syracuse 2-point defense so far, is that a mirage? Is that something we expect? It's obviously, we're early in the season. A lot of these numbers are small sample sizes. Some of these teams have played bad weak opponents. I think that's why I'm not convinced Syracuse is going to be a great 2-point defense the rest of the year.
I will.
And also, by the way, Creighton, my God. My apologies. I know you had him and it was injury related.
Awesome.
Creighton's in some trouble this year. This is the worst Creighton team in years.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They had nothing. That team is. I did downgrade them significantly after that performance yesterday. And then just to, so I guess this will end up being our feature game today since we got into it. We might as well put a bow on it. You talked about Syracuse's interior defense. I do think it's probably going to be considerably better than last year just because you take Eddie Lampkin off the floor, who is not a good defensive player at all, and you put William Kyle in, who is an absolute beast on the defensive end. But the other thing is they're playing entirely man-to-man now. So that was one thing that Autry talked about when he took the Syracuse job was he wanted to phase out the zone. He wanted to get away from the 2-3 zone. Now, in the first year, he tried to do that, and the defense was atrocious. It was a mess, so he had to go back to it a little bit. Last year, I just don't think he had the personnel. This year, it looks like he's got the personnel to play man-to-man. And so I do think the Cuse defense might be like a lot better than people think. Again, I'll lean towards Syracuse at 10. I just saw a 10.5 pop up at BetMGM. But, man, Iowa State, they looked really good yesterday without Lipsy. Could it happen again today? That's probably why I won't bet the game.
1.2 points per possession for Iowa State yesterday. So that's very good.
I'm going to go to you for what was going to be our feature game. I suppose we'll make it a little double feature, and then we'll start rattling off chat questions. But from just a sheer game standpoint, Gonzaga, Michigan might be not only the best game today. This could be the game of the non-conference. I mean, so far, this might be the best matchup of the season to this point. I was surprised, Brian, when my numbers came out Michigan ever so slightly favored in this game. I made them -1. Do you agree or disagree? And how are you looking at this game?
I agree with the market. Spoiler alert. I agree with where the market is at right now, pretty much. Let's go through it here. Earlier this week, we talked about point differential being a key factor in determining the winner for this somewhat soulless Players Era event out in Vegas. Well, Trig, needless to say, Michigan and Gonzaga have definitely produced some impressive point differentials to qualify for tonight's championship game. For those just kind of keeping up here, Michigan's beaten San Diego State and Auburn by a combined 70 points. Gonzaga beats Alabama and Maryland by a combined 49. Power ratings wise, I moved Michigan up a couple. Obviously, you have to a few spots after the last 2 days. Gonzaga, meanwhile, they're number 1 in my power ratings. I moved them just past Duke. I'm pretty much in line, like I said, with where the market currently is at. I made the Zags -2, so we're off a little bit, you and I. Now, that doesn't mean Michigan can't win here. I'm not going to say that. The Wolverines, you're talking about a team with 4 double-digit scores for the season. 6 guys were in double figures last night. This team seems confident. They're talking about how they feel they have the best front court in the country. Defensively, though, Trig, is where Michigan has really shined this far. Number 1 in adjusted efficiency over Ken Baum on that end of the floor. They're holding opponents to just 34.5% shooting overall. Number 2 nationally in 2-point field goal percentage allowed. Now, of course, it remains to be seen if they can hold this Gonzaga team in check. Zags have already exceeded 90 5 times this year. Last night, they hit 100 for the second time. Of course, Michigan has now scored 100 plus twice as well, including last night. I do think Gonzaga has the length to combat the Michigan front court. I mentioned Michigan's 2-point defense a minute ago. Well, Gonzaga, they're shooting 62% on 2-point attempts. So that's going to be a key part of this game. But I think the real key, Trig, will be Gonzaga's 3-point shooting. They've not been great from distance so far, below 35% from behind the arc. For them to win this game, I think Gonzaga needs to hit threes. I have said a lot here again for a game where I'm not yet ready to commit to a side or total, but I will say 160, which was where the total opened, seemed low for a game where you got 2 teams that have both scored 94 each of the last 2 days, both hit 100 last night. I think the question we need to ask, and this goes back to the discussion about the entire Players Era event, what might these teams have left in the tank playing a third game in 3 days, especially because the third game in 3 days against high-level competition?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go at it from that angle, I think you give the edge there to Michigan ever so slightly because, I mean, that was the Gonzaga-Bama game was a war. It's just Gonzaga landed the knockout blow at the end. Michigan won by 40 against San Diego State, which is not – San Diego State right now is not a grueling opponent. Like that would almost be from like a pace standpoint, and then the fact that you're up 40 probably had – like took very little out of Michigan. And then, of course, last night, they end up big by the half. So it's like, now I understand that Gonzaga won big last night as well, but still, like again, that's so difficult for me to look at that and say, like, let me bet. Like it's not enough for me to like want to bet on it. The other thing I'll say just personally, I'm getting away for after yesterday. Like, so I got burned a little bit yesterday on like, okay, well, I make this team -1. They're now a 2.5-point underdog. And I bet a couple of those yesterday. Bradley, South Dakota State, Utah Tech, right? Where it was like, well, they're +1.5, +2. I make them like -3. And I think I think for me, especially, maybe I'm just a little bit gun shy after what happened yesterday, but like, I see Gonzaga going to 2.5 places right now. If I was like red hot, I might feel inclined to be like, well, I make Michigan a slight favorite. Let me grab that possession with the Wolverines. I'm less inclined to do it right now. And again, we're really splitting hairs, in my opinion, trying to like figure out which of these two very, very elite teams is going to like push the right buttons to win this game. So when there's so many other games on the menu, like this is just not one that I put a ton of time into like trying to find the winner, because I think I think you can make a case for both sides at this point. There's a handicap for Michigan and there's a handicap for Gonzaga. Obviously, whoever executes better is going to win. I don't know that anyone truly knows. Truly feels like you're flipping a coin.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game that I just obviously kind of want to watch and just enjoy. Hope it's a good game. I mean, there's also a situation that if one team's just having a bad night, it might get away from them too. You know what I'm saying? It's not the end of the world. I mean, Michigan, Gonzaga, I mean, it's not the end of the world if you lose this game here the night before Thanksgiving. It just isn't. Although I guess there's a lot of NIL money that says otherwise, but if the teams are into that. Michigan's not hurting for NIL money, though.
All right, comments, light up the chat. We've got over 40 minutes left. And honestly, these are the types of games today that I'm going to have more opinions on. Like, just the games that it's a normal game. Okay. Columbia going to Fairfield, normal non-conference game. It's not the third game in 3 days. It's not like some crazy, like, MTE in Cancun. It's just a normal campus game. I was hoping to talk Rob Vino into going into this game tonight just because I want him to see Mahoney Arena up close and personal. Phenomenal building on the campus of Fairfield. I think it's 3 years old at this point. I got to go to one of the first games there. Tremendous facility. They will host Columbia tonight. Garth, first of all, appreciate the donation.
Thank you, Garth.
And thank you, Garth. And we'll get to your game here. So Columbia Fairfield. I watched Fairfield play Lemoyne, not in person. I was going to try to swing by that game this weekend. Did not get a chance to get over there. But Fairfield ran them out of their own gym. It was a pretty solid performance start to finish for Fairfield. I think this is a much tougher task. Now, to specifically talk to your question, you said your numbers are lining up to take Columbia -2.5 tonight. My number is pretty much right on that. I've got Columbia -2.5 in this game. And I think had I not watched Fairfield's last couple games, I might have been like more on in step with you saying, yeah, like Columbia less than a possession is just the right side from like where I had these teams rated and sort of like what I've seen to this point. But for me, Fairfield's looked impressive in their last couple games. And I'm less inclined to fade them at home where I think they're going to kind of get an okay turnout of like locals tonight. Like I feel like that building is getting a good local turnout right now. So I'm right on the number. I wish I had something more to lean you one way or the other, but I feel like Fairfield might be a little bit better than the market, and I don't want to go against them. So good luck if you go with Columbia. I don't think I'll be involved in this game because I really do think Fairfield might be just a touch better than they're getting credit for at the moment. BP, what anything for you on that game? Do you make a number for those games? Do you have just like some sort of reference point for them?
So I just double checked, and I'm pretty much right on market. I'll say that the one thing that sticks out, or there's a couple things that stick out here when you look at this matchup. Columbia's having a tough time taking my trepidation with betting Columbia in this game. They're not taking care of the basketball very well. Fairfield, they do take care of the basketball. When you look at the Fairfield side, they haven't shot well from three. I talk about this all the time. Okay, well, will this, does this number improve? You kind of look. I mean, it's early. Obviously, I think when you see really bad 3-point shooting from a team, generally speaking, that's probably going to regress a little bit to the mean. When you see extraordinary 3-point shooting early in the year, that's going to, regress to the mean the other way. And Fairfield's 3-point shooting hasn't been that good. So I don't know. I'm not going to bet this one because I do have some trepidation, A, about the Columbia turnovers, and B, if Fairfield knocks down their threes here, and they are in their home gym, then I don't know. I think Fairfield might actually be live to possibly pull the outright upset. It would be a minor upset, obviously.
Yeah, and one more thing I'll throw out, like Fairfield's 4-2. Their two losses are at Penn State, at Seton Hall. Both games they played very, very good for at least a half. I think they led Penn State by like 8, like in the second half of that game, ended up losing. I know that one of the halves of that Seton Hall game was very impressive for Fairfield, and they're 4-0 against teams just like Columbia. So that's the other thing. Like they're beating teams in this, what I'll call, for lack of a better term, weight class. NJIT, they won by 21. They knocked off Stonehill by 2, knocked off Loyola Maryland by 3, and then they beat Lemoyne. Those are all kind of teams that are in the same like weight class as Columbia. So they've done well against this type of opposition. I'm kind of with you, Brian. I almost think I'd rather take the bucket at home with Fairfield, take the 2.5. But again, I can't say that with nearly enough conviction to tell you to not bet Columbia. I'm just saying, like, at 2.5, or even if it made it to 3, I would lean with the Stags here in their home gym. Okay, let's move on. I knew people were going to ask about the early games. I know Brian and I off air were like, man, well, we've got a lot of opinions on the early games today. So that, I guess, is good for the live viewers, bad for the people that are going to watch this show later. But hey, it's feast week. They're going to throw all these games at us, tipping off 11, 12, 1 o'clock. Got to be watching live. Jason Jones is watching live. Appreciate you, Jason.
Thank you to everyone watching live. Best way to do it.
Thank you to everyone watching live. Yep. Happy Thanksgiving. A couple people said that. Yeah, hope everyone's getting geared up for a great, safe, enjoyable holiday weekend. And Toledo is playing today. I bet them pretty much every game that they've played since Brian Power and I got to go to Savage Arena on opening weekend of the season. I haven't bet them yet today, and I'm going to kind of explain why I don't think I will bet this game. So I'll start this one off, and then I'll let you fill in the blanks here. So I was texting with our third co-host, Rob Vino, who is stuck with family, doing family things right now, and traveling, which is why he's not on the show today. But Toledo plays Belmont in an MTE. And so Rob is our sort of resident Belmont Bruins expert. He had one of his kids went there. And so as soon as I saw Toledo Belmont, I said, well, got to text Rob and talk to him about this game. Brian, when we went to the game, I kind of made the decision that, like, when Toledo sees zone, yes, I'm going to look to fade them. When they get a matchup where they're seeing some man-to-man, I'm going to look to back them. Belmont plays almost exclusively man-to-man, but I think this number is much lower than I expected it to be. So that's what put me off of betting this game. I make Belmont like I have the number here somewhere. I think I was way off market on my number. I think I was Belmont like -8.5 or 9 on a neutral against Toledo. Because again, my general thing with Toledo is I think that this is probably one of the lesser teams, and you can speak to that just being a MAC guy. I think this is one of Toledo's lesser teams in recent years, but Belmont's going to almost exclusively man them. And this is like one of those ones where, okay, MTE, Fort Myers, Florida, I think it might be a favorable matchup for Toledo, but that number is way lower than anything I would consider betting Toledo at. So that kind of took me out of this game. Tell me if you've got anything to add, Toledo Belmont.
Not really. I'm actually right on market where it's at. So I was kind of cool. I just scratched this game off. I knew I was interested to hear what you did because I know you're very focused in on this Toledo team and the opposing defensive matchups. I was interested what you would have to say there, but no, this isn't. I'll be pretty blunt. I don't have anything on this game.
Where do you have Toledo though in general? Like, do you have them further down than you have had in recent years? I think this is the lowest I've had Toledo rated in a long time. All
right. So, I mean, relative to the MAC, let's take a look at the MAC here where they're still, coming into the year, because they finished 5th last year, if memory serves me correct. Akron is clearly, by the way, I can't believe Akron didn't win that game on Monday against Yale, but so Toledo, I've got Toledo 5th in the MAC right now, behind BG, Miami, Ohio, Kent, and then obviously Akron would be by far the number 1 team right now in the conference.
Yeah, I think I have them like 6th or 7th. I haven't updated just my specific MAC ratings in a little bit.
And the issue with Toledo continues to be the defensive side of the defensive end of the floor. It's been a problem now for several years, and they're not getting better. Ken Palm's got them down right around number 300 in adjusted efficiency. That's horrible.
Yep. Yeah, and this comment in the chat, he says Belmont's the play. Well, that would be what you would be betting on. Toledo's going to have a hard time getting stops, in my opinion, against Belmont. This is still a quality offensive team that I think will be able to exploit those weaknesses that you just pointed out. So not sure I have any interest in getting involved with a total that's like 160s in this game. Yeah. But if you think Belmont's gonna execute their offense the way that they are capable of, then I think you have to like the Belmont side. Makes it a tricky handicap. Go ahead.
Team shooting 60% inside the arc against Toledo this year. That's one of the worst percentages allowed in the entire country.
Yeah, and Belmont runs good offense. They'll get to the rim, they'll get in the paint, and they'll probably score. So again, I just I wish they play. I wish it was a little, but I guess maybe the handicap for me would lend itself to the over because I think Toledo functions better offensively against man. So maybe that's high for a reason. Maybe that total is high for a reason.
Yeah. You want to mention Loyola, our good friends at Loyola Chicago, real quick?
Go take it away.
I just saw it was there. They didn't cover again yesterday. Now, I'll say we're getting to the point where everybody's, the books. People, it was a scramble to downgrade this team as much as possible. Yes. You're 0-7 against the number. I'm finally at the point now where there's not a ton of value fading them this afternoon against San Jose State. Although Loyola Chicago just moved to a favorite at DraftKings, and I actually don't agree with that. I still think they should be the underdog here, a slight underdog at the opener when it was at 1.5. When Loyola Chicago was plus 1.5, I didn't see any value. But if people keep just doing, and look, I'm as guilty of doing this sometimes. It's like, oh, they can't keep not covering. I would not bet Loyola Chicago to win this game. I'll say that. I don't think there's as much value in fading them as we saw in some of these earlier games this season. But I wouldn't bet them to win here.
Yeah, well, I guess let's get into this one for a second, because I have some opinion on this as well. So Loyola Chicago is such an outlier that I've had to pretty much cross their games off at this point. The reason for that is like what you're saying. If I were to trust my numbers, it's going to make Loyola Chicago a play pretty much every time. And I got burned by doing that in the Wichita game. And then there was one other where I lost a bet on Loyola Chicago. And that's the thing. They are so clearly not where they were rated coming into the season that if you make your own numbers and power ratings, you're going to show value on Loyola Chicago pretty much every game. But if you have eyeballs, and Brian and I both have 2 of them, So we have 4 combined eyeballs right here that watch a lot of college basketball, and you've watched this team play. You can't possibly think that they're anything close to what their rating is. So like for me, they're one of like 2 teams. I can't remember who the other one is, but I have it marked down. I have 2 teams that I have like a little note that just says skip, because they're so far off of what their rating is that it's me trying to make a number is just gonna mess things. It's gonna put it on my radar, and I'm not gonna, and I don't want to have action on this team. You want to talk about, so San Diego State, I will talk about them first. I'm sorry, San Jose State. The Spartans. This game is in Palm Springs, California, as part of the Acrisure Holiday Invitational. For those keeping track at home to all of these tournaments. San Jose State was one of the teams that I had circled coming into the season that had guys like essentially throwing games last year. They literally had people convicted, or not, I don't know if convicted is the right term, but like found that they were actually doing that. And I think at least two guys that were on that team last year are banned from college basketball, I believe. So we had like 8 teams that had suspicion of it happening. Fresno State and San Jose State both found, and I think New Orleans was another one where they straight up found like, yeah, this was going on. So for me, like in my head, San Jose State's priors from last year were pretty skewed, because it's like, well, if you got dudes that are trying to miss shots to cash tickets, like that's going to ruin your priors. They came out this year in their first 3 games, and they played 3 what I consider pretty good teams, pretty tough: Utah, Santa Barbara, and then I actually cashed with them against Michigan State. They played a very good second half in that game. Now, they got blitzed by Tulsa yesterday, lost by 30, but that's a Tulsa team that I like. And Brian, these 2 teams actually played in the NIT last year, in the postseason NIT. Loyola Chicago won 73-70. I'm going off memory here. I feel like it was a very competitive game. And if you think they're taking anything from that game, well, that Loyola Chicago team last year was better than this one. And San Jose State was at the end of a season where they literally had people throwing games. So I lean towards San Jose State. I just don't know if I have the fortitude, if you will, to go against Loyola Chicago and then have this be the spot where they decide to win a game.
Yeah, and the thing, what really speaks poorly to Loyola is it's not that they're not covering. It's like how bad they're missing the number by. I mean, they lose yesterday as a 6. You would have thought, okay, they're getting more than 2 possessions. It was the most points they've gotten in any game all year so far, 6.5 against Northern Iowa. They lose by 21. Of course, the game before that was the complete disaster. I was fortunate enough to give out Northern Illinois on the show last week as a 13.5-point dog. They win outright at Loyola. They're a 4-point dog, Loyola, against Colorado State. They lose by 13. They're a 5.5-point dog against Wichita, lose by 21. They were a 1-point favorite against North Texas, lost by 2. That was where they came the closest to the odds makers. I mean, they lost to Mercyhurst College as a 21.5-point favorite, and then they only beat a terrible Cleveland State team by 3 as a 17.5-point favorite. So it's really hard, I think, guys. I know, there's such a tendency to catch the falling knife or catch the falling pen there. I'm glad I didn't drop that. You missed that. I'm kind of upset. But I don't know if this is it. At some point there will be a clear buy low spot, but I don't know if it's it here.
All right. I want to go to Deuce Bigelow in the chat. He says New Hampshire and Brown. And since I showed up in the Brown sweatshirt today, Brown Bears, we should talk about this game. Also, there's a pretty significant line move in process, which I want to address. And I also have a pretty strong opinion on this Brown team. And I guess you can decide what you want to do with it or not. Don't worry. We are going to lock in some plays, and we will do the same thing for the parlay that we did yesterday. But we're trying to hit the games you want to talk about. So Brown opened -3. And I considered it on the open. And now that places are up to 6, I do kind of wish I took Brown -3. With that being said, I think it's probably personnel related. So I follow, this is just a team that I happen to follow closely. Coming into this season, I was pretty down on Brown. They no Marquino Lilly. I just don't think that they're going to be close to what they've been in years past. So coming into the year, they opened the season with I think Siena played them like the second night or their second game. I forget who they opened with, but the point is, I was looking to play against this Brown team because in addition to that, they were missing a couple of their best players. Now, I think the reason for this jump in the line might be Alex Lespert might be back today, but even if he's not, they recently got back 2 starters, I think, within their last couple of games. Landon Lewis returned. He was the big one. He's probably their best player. And David Rochester was another one that was projected starter that came back. They both played the last 2 games. Brown looked a lot better with those 2 guys on the floor over the weekend against Maine. So New Hampshire's a similar team to Maine. You would think that like Brown probably fares similar. It's a game that they probably should win. Now, you throw the wrinkle of like it's an early tip. It's in New Hampshire, so it's a home game for New Hampshire. A road game, like could New Hampshire hang around? Yeah, I guess so. If Alex Lespert's back, that would be his first appearance for Brown this year. Then I'd really like them in this spot because it would be the best team that they've put on the floor. But like for me, the conundrum was, well, I don't think the player personnel things are priced in for Brown, but I still don't think this team is going to be close to what they've been the last couple of years, and I don't think they're very good. It's ultimately what held me off from playing Brown -3, though now where the market is, I kind of wish I did. To answer Deuce's question, no, I wouldn't punch back here. I think Brown is the right side. I think you just missed the good number at this point.
I don't have much on this game. I'll just say, remember when Rob Schneider and paid off people to write positive reviews about the movie Deuce Bigalow? That was a sad time.
Okay, I gotta cut you off for a second. KT, because this was the guy that asked for the timestamp. Listen, we're not doing live timestamps. I don't know what kind of production you think we have here. Like, I'm literally producing the show on the fly, and we are adding the timestamps at the end. So until I have a much larger production budget, you're going to have to wait.
What game do you want to know about, KT? I have it written down. We did an intro at 0 to open. At 2:30, we went to Iowa State Cuse. 11:42, we went to Michigan Gonzaga. 17:56, Columbia Fairfield. 22:50, Belmont Toledo. 28 minutes, San Jose State Loyola Chicago. 33:56, we did New Hampshire Brown.
Jersey, hold on. You got, first of all, they had timestamps in baseball. We did the same thing in baseball. We stamped them after the show. They will be in there after the show. We've gotten the timestamps in after the show every single time. So they will be on the replay. But you got to give us more than like 1 minute. And certainly they're not going to be in while we're doing the show live. So apologies. But they will be in there. Brian just gave him out on the show. That's the first thing we've given out actionable on the show. It's the timestamps. So we're going to get to some plays. You know what? I'm going to get to a play. Garth asked about a game, and I've got a bet in this one. So I'm going to put you on the spot in a second, Brian, to see if you've got your leg of the parlay, because I want to give something actionable and start to build the 3-teamer. But for Garth, he says thoughts on FDU Army, another fade Army spot. Yeah, that is for very, very similar reasons. The one thing I won yesterday on what was a very bad day for me was East Texas A&M absolutely destroying Army. I gave it out here on the show. It ended up being a client play for me, and they absolutely crushed Army on Fairleigh Dickinson's court. So now, as part of this MTE in Hackensack, New Jersey, Brian, that's where Fairleigh Dickinson is. Part of the MTE, Army will now play Fairleigh Dickinson in what is a home game for Fairleigh Dickinson. So I bet this is a 3% play for clients. It opened -1.5, but most places by the time they had this up was like -2.5. So that's, I waited until at least like all of like the MGMs, FanDuel's, DraftKings had this up and played -2.5. But I did put in there that this would probably move. And I also put in that you could play the money line and just like lay a little bit more juice if you didn't want to take like 3.5 or 4 when I had -2.5. So I see the market is at 3.5 right now, Brian. What I'm going to do for my leg of the parlay, and so if you didn't see what we did yesterday, we're going to go, I do a leg, you do a leg, and then we'll do a consensus leg to build the 3-teamer, one we agree on. For my leg of the parlay, I'm just going to put in Fairleigh Dickinson on the money line, whatever that is. We'll figure it out by the end of the show. And I will let you know, Garth, that this is a client play for me. I laid 2.5 with Fairleigh Dickinson. Army is just, for me, they're a bottom 10 team in college basketball, and they weren't competitive with East Texas A&M. I don't see how they turn around and fare any better against Fairleigh Dickinson, who will be on their home floor here. I don't know how many people are showing up to a hack and sack MTE with like Fairleigh Dickinson, Army, East Texas A&M, and whoever else is there. I forget. But it is a Fairleigh Dickinson home game, and they'll at least have their own fans. So I do give them a little bit of a bump for playing at home. We've briefly lost Brian Power. We'll get him back. But I do give him a little bit of a bump for playing at home. And that bump has my number here. I think I made it like 6.5, Fairleigh Dickinson. So it doesn't surprise me at all that they're taking money and it's moving. And I think that is a very strong look on the early slate today. So Fairleigh Dickinson money line will be the first leg of our parlay. And Doug, thank you. I'm going to use, Doug says -1.5 on the money line. Or I'm sorry, -175. Listen, if you have a 3.5 and you can get 3 for -120 or less, like that's fine for a straight bet. If you don't want to lay like that juiced up -1.5, but or I'm sorry, that juiced up -3. But for the parlay, it's going to be -1.5, or I'm sorry, it's going to be -175. Excuse me. So first leg of the parlay, -175. Brian Power has lost power. He just texted me. He said, my power just went out. It does not get more ironic than Brian Power losing power. But that's what's happened. So we're going to power through. We've got 18 minutes left. I've got power. So let's talk some more games. 18 minutes left. That being said, I don't know if I'm going to do a 3-teamer on my own. So because Brian is still getting text service, I will get his parlay leg, and I'll just try to explain it. But again, first leg of the parlay is Fairleigh Dickinson -175. And I guess what, because of this, I'm just going to give you my other early client play. So I will give you the other thing I've played so far for clients. And let me just navigate to the right part of the odds screen. And we'll put those in as the first 2 legs of the parlay, because I did play another early game. And so that's going to be Appalachian State against Mercer. Let me just navigate to the board, see if this has moved at all. I think even if this is moved, we'll probably still play it in the parlay. So yes, it's down to, you can still get 6.5 on App State here. If actually there's still 7s out there. For the parlay, I'll put 6.5. But there are still 7. So I played Appalachian State +7. And this will be leg number 2 of the parlay. This is also a 3% client play for yours truly. So another one of my paid plays will be leg number 2 of the parlay. Pretty much it's a numbers play, but also I think this was a line I didn't fully understand. So I have this closer to, like, if these 2 teams were to play on a neutral, I would have Mercer -1. This is another just traditional game. It's not part of an MTE. It's a home game for Mercer. I highly doubt Macon. Is it Macon, Georgia? Or Macon? Someone will have to tell me how to pronounce that city. But that's where Mercer is located. I don't think you're going to get some sort of crazy lively atmosphere there for this game, to the point where I would give them like full marks for being at home here. So just based on that and the fact that Appalachian State in their last game got absolutely embarrassed at home by Elon, just completely destroyed, weren't ready to play. It wasn't like anyone was out. It was just straight up, they did not come ready to play. they got ran out of their own building. This is an App State team that I don't have as highly rated as I've had in past years. I don't think this team is as good as their last couple, but like they're still a capable Sun Belt team. They should not be getting 7 points against Mercer, in my opinion. So, in the chat, Macon like bacon. Okay, Macon, Georgia. I had to take App State +7 here. Just way too much of a difference between where I have the number and where this number is to not play it with two teams that I think, for all intents and purposes, are very equal. Mercer comes out of the SoCon. I think App State's league is a little bit better. Again, I know there's some folks high on Mercer this year, higher than they've been in past years, which I think is maybe the reason that the line is what it is. But I also think that performance against Elon for App State is very much in play here. And I disagree with like that one game being like the determining factor as to where you would rate App State. So the second leg of our parlay will be another client play for me, and that's Appalachian State +7. So we have two legs of the parlay locked in. And Brian Power is texting me. So let's go and let's give his leg out. He's going to go to one of the bigger games. So we're going to navigate toward Kansas, Tennessee for Brian Power's parlay leg. And then I see you UC San Diego folks. We'll go to that game next because I do have an opinion there. But for Brian, I'm just going to give his leg of the parlay out right now. And I just want to make sure that I've got this number correct. So let's go back to the Players Era. This is another game that I have to be honest, like I don't personally have a huge opinion on a lot of these Players Era games. And the reason for that is just the nature of 3 games in 3 days, just learning your opponent. And it's just so unnatural to me, like the way that this is set up, that I don't know that I'll have any action in any of these unless something is just like so sets up so nicely that I'm like, hey, I've got to like play it anyway. Trevor agrees with Brian Power. So Brian Power's play is the under. Under. Third game in 3 days and 2 defensive-oriented teams. Kansas won't have the down low success today. Yeah. Well, that's the way Brian Power is looking here. He's going with the under. It's currently 139, 138 and a half, 139. I'm going to give him 139 and I'll give him 139 and I'll just attach a -120 to it for the parlay. Because that way, if you do have the 139, then you just take it. Otherwise, just move it a half point in your favor. I'm sure 138 and a half is fine. He didn't write me his handicap, but again, if that's the way you're looking at it, I mean, it certainly makes sense. 2 defensive-oriented teams, third game in 3 days, Kansas missing one of their best players. I'm also not like fully sold on Tennessee on the offensive floor just yet, or on the offensive end of the floor just yet. So that will be the play. And that's going to be the 3-teamer. We're going to go Kansas, Tennessee under 139. And I will recap that at the end of the show. And also, I will calculate the parlay odds because we, of course, have a money line in there. So I'll do that at the end of the show. Boss Gordon. Let's go to Boss Gordon in the chat for a second. How do y'all listen to Trig? He's always wrong. I don't know. I'm winning in football right now. I had an okay baseball season. Baseball season was fine. Feel like I kind of broke out like close to even. College basketball, first couple weeks, I'm negative. After the last couple days, I did go 5-1 on Monday. It's mid-November. And so I'll talk. Always wrong is harsh. I would say I'm probably have been right about 50% of the time thus far. Hoping to get that up to 55, 56%. That's the goal. You get to 55, 56%. That's about as right as you can get doing this. I will say this, though, like I've structured bets accordingly. Like almost all my plays have been 3% plays with a 4%er sprinkled in here and there. Later in the season, that'll probably be more 4 and 5%. So I did sort of like bake in playing a little bit smaller earlier, because even though I'm showing edges here and there and like good ones, I just think that you really have to take like what you see in the early going with a grain of salt, because and that's just the nature of college basketball at this point. New teams, new rosters, MTE stuff. Like it's so very hard to handicap. Handicapping motivation in November for teams, especially for these big teams, these big power conference teams, that the way college basketball is now built gives them so many chances to make up for losing a November game. So that makes it challenging. So again, it's very, very challenging. Adam says, why do you waste time responding to those idiots? Could have hit another game. Yeah, but I also have no co-host right now, so I just felt like it. So now it's really my show. Except Brian Power is back. He's back on the grid. Brian, I gave out your parlay league. Do you want to shed some light now that you have light?
Yeah.
On a Kansas Tennessee for us.
Yeah, glad that we don't have to, rub two sticks together and whatever. I don't know. That was weird, man. I'm just sitting there watching the show, and I just went dark behind me, and then next thing I knew, it was dark all in the room. So let me see if I can grab my notes back up. I should be able to, if you guys can just bear with me. That was really embarrassing and a new low, quite frankly, for yours truly, but which is... All right, we're back. All right, let's talk Kansas, Tennessee, third place game in this Players Era event. Both teams 2-0 in Vegas, but they just didn't have the point differentials that Michigan and Gonzaga did, obviously. Nevertheless, I think Tennessee beating Houston last night, pretty darn impressive, Trig. Monday, I remember talking about there being a world where there might be some decent value on the Vols in that matchup, provided they didn't blow out Rutgers. Of course, they did blow out Rutgers, so I didn't play it yesterday. Turns out, though, points were not needed for Rick Barnes' team. Still undefeated, by the way, 7-0. Straight up. Meanwhile, what sticks out to me about Kansas, guys, isn't necessarily just the two losses, which were to Duke and North Carolina, but the fact their last 5 games have all stayed under the total. And in the 2 games here in Vegas, the Jayhawks have allowed just 0.92 points per possession. They now have a top 10 defensive rating over at Ken Pom. Of course, so does Tennessee, who has a much better offensive rating. Peterson still being out for Kansas is a big deal. But the real key for tonight is, can Kansas do what really no Tennessee opponent has done this far, and that's limit the Vols on the offensive glass? I mean, a 48.2 offensive rebound percentage isn't just number 1 in the country. It's just pretty ridiculous when you break it down. The Vols have size. We know this. 3 starters, 6'10" or taller. So offensive rebounding is going to be a big strength for them all season. There's going to be second chance opportunities. I realize that doesn't sound great when I'm talking about betting an under here, but Tennessee is going to force their opponents to shoot threes defensively. And that's a problem for Kansas because they're only making 32% from behind the arc. I think this is probably an under game because whichever team loses, Trig, is going to have a bad shooting night. And what happened to Trig? Well, that was fun as I broke that one down, guys. Hopefully, what an incredible program this has been so far. What a program this has been.
I swear that was unplanned. But I wonder, so we only live like 5 hours apart in like in the same part of the country. That my power just blinked, but it only like went out very briefly.
It did, but it totally screwed me over. That was the same thing as mine. Yeah.
Are you getting weather right now? Like,
yes.
Is it raining? Yeah. It's windy and raining here as well.
Yes,
so,
we're supposed to get snow later today. So I think this may be weather related here.
Yeah, we are supposed to get like, I guess, a lot of snow tomorrow. So it must be just coming down I-90. So that's like Brian and I live on the same road, basically, just literally 5 hours apart. Interstate 90, Central New York, Interstate 90, middle of Ohio. And but I am back. So I'm assuming that you finished your breakdown. Can we?
I did.
We have
and then I came back and I had all my notes and I said, well, what do you got to say about that, Trig? And you weren't there and I really didn't know what to do. And I said, how about that? I didn't know if I had been kicked out again. I didn't know what was going to go on.
Hey, listen, we fight, we battle through it. We're back on here. We have, I just took the liberty of putting both of my early client plays in the 3-teamer. So we've got the parlay locked in. We do have a few minutes left here. I want to talk. So the chat has been clamoring for UC San Diego Towson chatter. And so let's talk about this game. So I told you I had another team that I think I was pretty far off market on. This one would be in the other direction. And that's UC San Diego. And after yesterday, so I did bet Bradley yesterday. And that was one of those ones where, like, early on, I kind of regret, like, once I got to watch the flow of the game a little bit, I regretted that a lot. Like, I was like, I had buyer's remorse because I was like, oh shit, like this is like, I've got the wrong side. It was one of those where I was like, I'm on the wrong side. UC San Diego just looks better. And of course they were better. So some of you might know Jordan Alexander, who is, he does a lot of content here. We'll probably get him on for a guest spot at some point. But the reason I bring him up is late last night, him and I were talking about the game, talking about UC San Diego, and he is tuned in as anyone to that conference and those teams. He lives out, I think he's in Vegas now, but he's from the I think California area somewhere. He texted me this. He said, UC San Diego is going to be a wagon again, man. He said, books are flustered. They don't know how to price them with a new head coach and an entire new roster. But Clint Allard was the brains behind the operation. This team is really good, and no one has them ranked appropriately. And so I bring him up because last year he was the first person. He was the driver of the UC San Diego bandwagon that everyone hopped on. He was the first person that talked about them, to my knowledge. That was like, this team is so good. And then of course by March, my mom was like, "Oh, UC San Diego." Yeah. Like, yeah, okay. Like, you know.
And then of course, what happens? They played the worst first half of the season they have, and then just missed out on covering the number by half a point against Michigan.
Yeah, so that's
in a matchup that was like, tailor-made for them from a turnover perspective.
So what he's saying, and what is totally sort of taken that team, that's the other one I've thrown out now, where it's like, my rating is probably going to show value to fade them, and I've just straight up decided that I am not playing against UC San Diego at this point.
Covered every game
because I trust Jordan's opinion on that team. That's a team that he follows that team the way I follow like Brown or Siena or like one of those. So it's like, if he's telling me that they could essentially follow the same trajectory as they did last year, which they already pretty much have. Something I will tell you about Towson. We talked about Towson with Matt Winnick yesterday, and he pointed out that, you know, they're gonna defend the paint. They also have real issues scoring. I think I noted that they're outside the top 300 in scoring this year. But like UC San Diego, in a lot of cases, can just shoot over you. So it's like that, you know, and you talk about UC San Diego's just their surface numbers, 22nd nationally field goal percentage. That looks a lot like last year. 35th nationally 3-point percentage. That looks a lot like last year. You won't catch me betting against the Tritons anytime soon. So it has to be UC San Diego or pass. Yeah,
and I think the other question you have to ask is, Towson going to pull 3 upsets in 3 days? I mean, it's not unprecedented. Yeah. Teams have done it before, but it's a tall order. Usually the odds makers aren't wrong like that 3 days in a row with the same team.
And to note, just to also mention, like, Towson's very good. Like, Towson has 2 guys back, Williamson and Tejada, that were 2 of the better players in that conference last season. They have a tremendous coach. They're excellent defensively. They can rebound. Like, they have so many redeeming qualities. They're not really a team I want to fade. But I'm here. Like, if you pinned me down for a play in this game, I just don't think I would go against UC San Diego. That's about it. Sean, yeah, we'll go a couple, but because we had a little power outage, they may cut the Twitter stream. So if you get cut off on Twitter, I don't know if there's anyone after us today, but if you get cut off on Twitter,
I have a little bit. So how about we do this? We can recap the parlay because I think we've got a lot. We've got a lot of recapping, and I can go through St. John's Auburn real quick before we recap the parlay and get out of here.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to go to Brian Power. He's going to close it down. St. John's Auburn, and then Jay Buff in at the gun with one of the more obnoxious hellos I've ever seen in the chat. This is going to take up the whole screen. Jay Buff, we already did Syracuse at the top of the show for you. So head on over to the WagerTalk YouTube channel if you've missed the show. And you
talked about how great you were.
Yeah, you can watch the replay. And also while you're over there, like and subscribe. And guess what? While you're over there in like an hour, there's going to be timestamps. Believe it or not. Timestamps.
Yes. So, all right.
Yeah.
Let me blow through St. John's Auburn. I'm going to go out on a limb, Trig, and say Auburn's going to play a lot better here than they did last night in the 30-point loss to Michigan. We talked about that Auburn-Michigan game a little bit at the top. We were breaking down Michigan-Gonzaga. Tigers, they shot just 35.5% overall, out-rebounded 51-35, outscored on the fast break 29-3. Keyshawn Hall had an off night, season low 15. He'd scored 20 or more each of the team's first 4 games. Meanwhile, good bounce back last night for the Johnnies after they opened this event with the 1-point loss to Iowa State. Rick Pitino's team beats previously undefeated Baylor by 15 last night. Sellers continues to shoot the three well. He's made 5 threes each of the last 2 days. That's why Pitino went to the portal, grabbed them from Stanford. Speaking of transfers, you got Bryce Hopkins.
Games in the NHL today on time on WagerTalk TV. Andrew McGinnis, Carmine Bianco, Lawrence Presman, Brian Leonard, all kinds of great games to get to, all kinds of stuff to talk about, and we can't wait to do so. Guys, looking forward to a monstrous day in the NHL. Gotta love weeks like this, Carm, especially for you and I in Canada, where it's just going to be another Thursday tomorrow for us, a Thursday filled with football. And I'm going to give you a take here, not trying to start the show with negativity, but honestly, I don't really love days like this and weeks like this. I wish we had an equal number of games every single day. From a handicapper perspective, from someone that does content every single day, I don't exactly want to be taking Tuesday off. I don't want to be taking Thursday off. As much as Wednesday is going to be fun today, and Friday is going to be really fun with games all day, I would really rather just have games every single day of the week. What do you think, Carm?
No, I'm perfectly fine with this. I love it. No games on Thursday, no show on Thursday. I get to go out and watch football with my buddies, and I'm pulling an all-dayer. I'm going to watch all 3 games. But we're going to discuss 4 games on today's show. You and I are going to do Philly and Florida right now. And the Prez is coming in, and he's short on time today because he's got to do the best betting show. Toronto and Columbus. Then you and I, Buffalo and Pittsburgh. Brian Leonard coming in to do Ottawa and Vegas. And all I can say is, Andrew, I'm feeling it 4 games. It's going to be winner, 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 turkey dinner for all the people in the chat who are celebrating Thanksgiving Day tomorrow. With that said, Andrew, Florida, -185. Philly, +151. Total sits here at 5.5. How are you playing this one?
First of all, Carl, I think it's going to be actually a pretty good game. You know, you take a look at Philadelphia here. Look, I know that they've been a boring team. I know that we haven't really talked about them in the most exciting fashion. I know that Prez, who will be on here in a second, has cashed some under tickets with this Philadelphia team so far this season. But looking at some of their numbers here, I have been a little bit impressed with their offensive improvements. You know, they have been able to get some goals up, but they are coming off a game in which they were shut out. Carm, you know what I love to do in those situations, whether it's first period over, whether it's full game over. I'm interested in looking at scoring. And I think it even helps us even more in this particular situation because it's the day before Thanksgiving. I was talking with somebody earlier today. Do you expect more overs the day before Thanksgiving, or do you look for more overs the day after Thanksgiving? I used to think it was the day after. You know, the fatigue and them being lethargic and sloppiness could lead to goals. But I feel like after Thanksgiving, they just go through the motions for the first 20 minutes, and there's not much excitement out there. Maybe before Thanksgiving, everybody in the league has the day off tomorrow. You've got that excitement in you. So looking at this Panthers team, 6-3 against the Oilers, 8-3 against the Predators. Their offense is an absolute heat wave right now. When it comes to this game, I'm looking for offense. I know Philadelphia, they've been a little bit quiet, but underlying metrics will tell us they've gotten better offensively. First period over, I like that one stronger, but a sprinkle for me on the full game. And there's a couple of those plays today, Carm, at least two of them that I like, with teams coming off poor offensive performances in their previous game, that I think we could see some fireworks in this next game. So looking forward to it. But what do you think here? Am I foolish to expect anything exciting when it comes to the Flyers?
Yeah, Andrew, I think we're opposite on this one, and it's not going to help people in the chat unless they choose a side between you and I. But, I look at the fact that, I look at a couple things coming into this one with regards to these two. It was a 5-2 game between these two in Philadelphia, but it was a 2-1 game in Florida very early in the season. I think the first or second game of the season and Florida wins that one at home. And it's one of those ones where it's, my take on this game is a goalie dependent take. Bobrovsky is confirmed. And he's having a very good season, I think, anyways. His save percentage isn't really there, but you look at his 16 outings, he's 10-6 with a 2.8 goals against average. They're at home off a big 8-3 win in Nashville, where they sort of smashed them. And when I see them score that many goals, I kind of think that their next game is going to be a little lower scoring. Flyers come to town and they're scoring at an average of 2.67 goals per game. Not the best. And I think that's why when we bring in the Prez, he talks about looking at their unders, but the fact that it could be Vidar in goal tonight, and he's played extremely well. He's having a very good season with this Philadelphia team. It remains to be seen, because you look at him and in seasons past, like with Calgary, and this is a guy who hasn't gotten a bulk of the workload. Obviously, with Wolf in Calgary, it was going to be Wolf with the major workload. And Vidar, I don't think he's played more than 30 games in a season. I think he's already at 12 or 13. So we'll see if Urson comes in and plays some of it. But I like, if it's Vidar going and he gets confirmed, then I'm definitely on the under here. I'm going to take the under 5.5 and look for a game that's similar to the first game these two teams played in Florida. And something along the lines of a 3-1 Florida win. So I like this Florida team. I talked to you guys about their 5-game stretch with that Undertaker, or not the Undertaker, what was it? The Grim Reaper graphic that we had. They've won 2 of 3 games thus far. They play Philly tonight and they play Calgary on Friday. Win both of those and they go 4-1, and I will find you guys my next 5-game clip. But if you don't make money on a 4-1, similar to the Fade the Pittsburgh graphic, then you're not playing it right. You should be making money anytime you got 5 plays and 4 of them win, and you can't parlay them, of course. So under for me, Andrew. We're on opposite sides here on this one. But
let's do this, Carm. I'll take first period.
Okay.
I'll take first period over 1.5. You take full game under. That way, there's an availability spot for us to both win our tickets. There's a spot there. There's a little bit of a window for both of us to win. I gotta say, you are a young soul, Carm. You're hitting the bars all day with your friends tomorrow. Are you the 28-year-old or am I the 28-year-old here? What's going on?
I'm actually and this is the most important part of me going out tomorrow with my friends, because they're younger than me. I am the designated driver.
Okay.
So that is the most important part.
I am in. I put myself in because I got
Braley's
2
coming.
minutes to go.
Braley's coming. Okay.
So I got 2 minutes.
Columbus minus 126. The Leafs plus 104. The total sits here at 6. And the Leafs are now 17-6 to the over. But also the fact that they're missing a couple key players, I think, still. Give us your thoughts on this game. Let us know what you have up at WagerTalk. And then I say this in the nicest way possible. Get the hell out of here.
Dude, I'm beyond with you on this. Firstly, I'll break the tie. I like Florida in that game. Now you got the Leafs, and Carr mentioned it, 17-6 to the over on the year, and we're gonna bet right into that trend. I like the under in this game. I like the under in Leaf games moving forward. They went over 10 games in a row, and then they finally got their act together and started stopping the puck. They had 3 unders in a row. One of them was against this Columbus team, a 3-2 score, and then they went over against Montreal. They looked horrible defensively. The bottom line here is I think this Leafs team is transitioning to an under team. They're just struggling on this transition. The team really does lack any type of formal system. They're really hard to watch. I don't understand what Craig Berube is doing. Offensively, this team is so challenged, it's ridiculous. They've only put up, you go down their last many games. This team hasn't scored more than 3 goals in 6 straight games, and they scored 2 goals in 3 of their last 4. Columbus wants to play to the under too. Although Columbus is only 10-11 and 2 to the under on the year, this is a team that is going to, when all said and done, be an under team. So I look at this and I say, we got a 6.5 on tap. I can see a 3-2 game here, Carm. My focus on this game is on the under, and I'm looking to bet the under on Leaf games moving forward. The only way the Leafs are going to be able to find any type of success is bottling up their opponents.
All right, I like it. And the one stat with regards to the Leafs, Prez, the last 5 games on the road, they are 5-0 to the first period over, and on the season they are 7-0 to the first period over. Would you dabble in that? Because you can always get goals in the first period and then nothing after that.
Nope.
No. Or are you sticking to I like the under, so I'm not even going to touch the first period? Why squash it?
Well, firstly, I've never made a first period bet in my life. Secondly, I think that the Leafs have to come out and shut teams down. I think that, we're talking about a statistic that aligns with the fact that they're 17-5 or 17-6, whatever it is, to the over. I think we're going to see a new Leaf team moving forward, a team that is highly focused on keeping the puck out of the net. I think they're going to win or lose a whole lot of 3-2 hockey games. And then it's a matter of, is it 6.5 and will there be an empty net? We have a 6.5 tonight that protects us from that empty net 4-2 score. I'm not touching the first period. I'm sticking with the under. And guys, I really need to promote quick, and then I got to run, and my apologies. Art DeCesar is an impossible man to keep on a schedule. So I got to tape the best betting show ever in 1 minute. I have a 5% play up, Carm, in NFL. It's for tomorrow. I have a promo code for your listeners. It's half price. Yes, don't excuse the pun. The promo code is half price and the package is half price. Please check that out. And also, my NHL is back, baby. I had a horrible first 2 weeks, and then I have rolled. I'm on a 12-2 and 15-3 run in my NHL 3% plays, and I got one up tonight, and I freaking love it. Thanks for having me, guys. Lots of love, everyone. I gotta go.
Okay, I'll say this as you go, as he's gone. Even better than getting half off his price, guys, is just use the Turkey Day special and get 7 days for $67 and get his plays right through the weekend, because he's got a lot of NFL, a lot of college, a lot of basketball. See you later, Prez. And, of course, a lot of hockey. He just couldn't, Andrew, muster up the energy to take Columbus against the Leafs. Has the guy ever bet against the Leafs? I'm not even sure if he's ever bet against the Leafs. I have no favoritism, Andrew. You know who my favorite team is? The team I bet on. That's it. Each and every day, it's the team I bet on. They are my favorite team. So, yeah, whatever. It's all.
It's weird, I'm going to say this. I know me and you talk about the Leafs a lot, but it's a weird situation right now because in Canada, both the Oilers and the Leafs, not in a playoff situation is crazy, as far as the media is concerned. But, Carm, this is one of those situations. I cannot blame Nylander and I cannot blame Tavares. I've heard some people say, fire Berube. And, I was doing a podcast yesterday We had our day off talking about this. It's kind of like you could have a good sergeant, but if you have the wrong soldiers, you're not going to win the war. You know, the coach's nickname is literally Chief. Craig Berube can be the toughest and best coach in the world. If you don't have the players that are willing to go into the fight with you, then it doesn't matter how good your coach is. And honestly, if you can name me one trade that Brad Treliving has won, Carm, I would be impressed, because I think Treliving has really, really, really hurt that team. Dakota Joshua, Matthias Michelli, some of these guys just have not shown up. The best player besides Nylander and Tavares on Saturday night was Easton Cowan. He's 20 years old. So I think the depth is a big problem right now for the Leafs, honestly.
Andrew, I've said this a few times, and I've talked to friends about it who are diehard Leaf fans, and I want to touch on Edmonton before we get to the Buffalo-Pittsburgh game. The one thing about the Toronto Maple Leafs, and this is not me making fun of the Leafs, although on Saturday I did, just because they looked heartless in that game. A rivalry game against Montreal Canadiens in Montreal. They call up Blaze as well, too, who I think was cut by Montreal. A good time for them to go in there and not be results orientated, but throw some bodies around, show some fight, and try and ignite something, and they couldn't. Here's the thing about the Toronto Maple Leafs that I'm going to say to you. They're the one franchise in the NHL that can absolutely blow up their team, trade everyone away, and start a rebuild with draft picks that they get for these players, and the arena will always be full. It is a corporate town. They own the majority of the tickets. Fans can get tickets. They go on sale. It's always sold out. They stopped taking names on a waiting list. 50,000 names on a waiting list. People would, because my godfather, they leave them in their wills to their relatives. Not only that, it's just insane that they could blow up this team, be absolutely shit for the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 5 years, whatever it takes to rebuild. Look at teams like San Jose and Anaheim rebuilding. Look at the Chicago Blackhawks, who rebuilt a team, won 2 Stanley Cups, Andrew, in I think it was 2012, 13, somewhere around there, or in around those early years, and now we're rebuilding again. It's working for them. Why can't it work? It's just an ego thing. But with that said, the Edmonton Oilers, one other one I want to talk about, Andrew. They get blasted yesterday by Dallas, losing at home. Connor McDavid, I'm watching him in his interview. The guy's -6 on the year, which isn't bad considering the team is -18 goal differential. Their save percentage through 25 games, .860. It has never been this low through 25 games since their first season in the NHL, 79-80, Andrew. And Connor says, it's not our goaltending. He goes, if we're not playing in front of a goaltender, then we're not giving them much support. This guy is gone. He is not going to be in Edmonton after this 2-year contract is over that he renegotiated. He is gone.
He's just defending the goal. Like, he's just being a good teammate there. You know who I think he's taking a shot at there is the management, Carm. I know we got to get to our picks here, but when it ultimately comes down to it, again, it's the management. How could you not get another goalie? Like, I always say this now. I'm in my late 20s. My friends and I always joke around. There's going to be certain things that we look back on in 15, 20 years, sitting around a bar, and we're going to say, man, how awesome was that golden goal Sidney Crosby scored? How awesome was that day we saw Ovechkin break Wayne Gretzky's record? And we're also going to be saying, can you believe the Edmonton Oilers general manager didn't go get a goalie for Connor McDavid? That's one of those things we're going to be hearing, and we're going to be talking about for years and years and years to come. It's unbelievable right now.
It's something that transcends and goes on in other sports as well, too. The Buffalo Bills are not winning a Super Bowl with their current lineup. It is Josh Allen, a superstar, and nobody else. They just signed Brandon Cook. Oh, wow. We're going to the Super Bowl with Brandon Cook. Guys like 39 years old or whatever. You look at it. Dan Marino, one of my favorite quarterbacks, even though he played for Miami, the Dolphins. Same thing. You got to surround these people with players that work. The Florida Marlins did it when they built that team that won the World Series, and then they dismantled the team the next year and just had nobody. But they gave their fans a championship, and that's all that matters. Anyways, Buffalo and Pittsburgh, one team that has won championships, one team that hasn't won championships. Andrew, minus 113 on Pittsburgh, minus 107. 6.5's the total here. Sabres off a couple good wins. 9-3 over Chicago, who had been playing extremely well defensively, and then they beat Carolina. I didn't see that one coming. They beat the Canes 4-1. How are you betting this one?
Carm, I'm Mr. Square today as far as the totals are concerned, because I just love a lot of overs today. I like team total overs, first period overs, full game overs. Maybe I'll take that grand salami over because I like higher scoring games in this one. 5 of the last 6 games for the Penguins, they have lost. And the regression has definitely arrived for this team. Looking forward to seeing how the Metropolitan Division shapes up, and of course, how the Eastern Conference shapes up, maybe especially going into the new year as far as the wild card standings are concerned. It's important to mention a lot of times we do talk about, though, as American Thanksgiving. And yes, I said American Thanksgiving because it's a different date in Canada for us. It's usually a benchmark for certain teams. If you are in or around the playoffs by American Thanksgiving, there is a highly likely chance that you will be in and around the playoffs come playoff time in March and April, which is kind of hard to believe because it's only a couple months into the year. But I'm looking forward to seeing what this Penguins team can do. When it comes down to it, though, Carm, lost 5 of their last 6. The one game that they won 4-0. So they're either getting exposed or they're playing super well. It's one or the other. But since they got back from that European trip, they lost 5-0 against the Wild, followed that up with a 3-2 loss against the Pittsburgh Penguins, or against the Seattle Kraken. I backed the Penguins in that matchup, and it was frustrating because it was an overtime loss. When it comes to this one, I want just the over. Buffalo's playing good hockey right now. Buffalo's scoring. They're contributing offensively. Defensemen are jumping in the rush, Carm. But this line, I want your thoughts on this line before we get Brian in here. Open minus 120. We had all day to bet into these numbers. Didn't move at all. Did not move at all. And then pretty much now at most spots, it's a pick. It's minus 115. There's not much movement here. And let's be honest, Carm, you know as well as I know as a Buffalo fan, pretty much every single time the Sabres play, money comes in on their opponent. But that didn't happen this time.
Yeah, honestly, it didn't. This game, Andrew, is going to make my pod play. After a couple of losses in the pod, we're up, and I'll do the pod at the end. So I'm going to give you guys my opinion on this game because it'll be the pod play. Today, we're going to get a winner out of this one. I feel we're going to get a winner out of this one. I am not going to be the guy who says, I love this play, and then it completely goes sour. So with that said, Andrew, I'm going to give you guys my thoughts at the end. It keeps you guys waiting around for the pod play as well, too. Stevie, and I love Steve Duke. He's always in there. All you guys in the comment section, TJ Salvador. I want to say, he said, he made a comment about Dan Marino. Andrew, here's my thoughts on Dan Marino. And it's just a gesture can change your opinion on it. When a player is a star player for the team that is a division rival, you never want to like the guy. When I was at the Fan 590, I used to run a charitable golf tournament each and every year for Blue Review Children's Hospital for the kids. And a lot of these guys would come out or donate stuff. NHL teams all across Canada and the US would donate stuff that we could auction off. I got invited to a golf tournament in Buffalo. And it was Thurman Thomas's. This is back when, they were playing, and Dan Marino was there. I went up, took some pictures with him. I'll put him on the show. Maybe next week you'll see me with hair. But I told him about the tournament, and he took down my address and shipped me a box of signed memorabilia, a Marino jersey, a Marino helmet, 10 Miami Dolphins hats with his signature on it. The guy sent me all of this stuff to auction off. To me, that's absolute class. It's something like Ty Domi. I got Ty Domi's number on my phone. We should give him a call live during the show. But Domi, you could call him in a minute and he shows up if he doesn't have a family obligation, and he brings stuff. It's just, these are class individuals that care about communities. So I can't say a bad thing about them. So with that said, Andrew, let's bring in another class guy, the Bailey shot on this show. And we're doing a double Bailey shot this week, Brian Leonard, to talk about the Ottawa Senators and the Vegas Golden Knights.
What's
There
up,
he is.
Brian?
Hey guys,
And he's dressed like a shot of Bailey's today. I love it.
And I got to admit it. I'm a type of man. I can admit when I'm wrong. I took the over in a game recently, and you guys liked the under, and I could have fallen asleep watching that game. So, hey, I can always admit when I'm wrong, and I think it's fun when we have you on so much, Brian, and have those discussions, I guess, about what happened. But I'm curious here. The Senators keep on rolling. What do you think? Are we going to see goals in this one? Because this is kind of an interesting situation, because it's not just a weird spot and situational traveling kind of thing for the Sens. It's a weird thing for the Knights as well. Have you guys ever heard of a team? Brian, in the entire time I've been watching hockey in my life, I've never seen a team play one team on the road, go somewhere else, and then go back and play that same team they just played on the road again. I've seen the home and homes before. You get one game at home, I get one game at home. I've never seen what we just saw with the Golden Knights and the Utah Mammoth. What are your thoughts before you give us your pick on these situations for these teams?
Yeah, I mentioned that on the show last time I was on, because normally you see a back-to-back or a 2 and 3, and they played at each other's stadium. But no, they came back to Utah, and Utah was ready for them, as Vegas couldn't get anything going offensively in that game. And something you don't see very often, but I mentioned it, quick revenge on your own home court, or home ice. So yeah, that was the first scheduling time I remember seeing something like that. But in this one, we're looking at Ottawa. Ottawa's getting Tkachuk back, I believe, on Friday, they said. So he's not going to be there in this one, but they are in the middle of a road trip. This will be their 4th of 6 straight to end the month. They've got St. Louis and Dallas coming up. They just lost to the Kings 2-1. In fact, all 3 games have been low scoring on this road trip. 5 goals in Anaheim, 5 goals in San Jose, 3 goals in the Kings. And in fact, they played the Kings at home before they went on the road, and there was only one goal scored in that game. So right now, Prez was talking about Toronto having to play low scoring games to be competitive. I think that's best for Ottawa right now. Vegas returns home. They had that 2-3 on the road against Utah, and then they lost once again to Anaheim. And Anaheim's a bad matchup for them this year because they've got so many good young speed players. Normally, Vegas dominates Anaheim. They have since they've been in the league, but they have a real problem. Both games they lose 4-3 in overtime. And I talked about this the other day about how bad Vegas is in overtime. It's just been crazy. I liked them when they went to Utah in the last game in regulation. They were down 3-1, pulled the goalie early, which is why the last 2 goals were scored. But, I don't think Ottawa is going to scare Vegas offensively in this one. But the one advantage I think is a pretty huge advantage for Vegas is on the power play. As you look in right now, on the penalty kill, Ottawa is last in the league, 69.8. They've been bad all season in that regard. Vegas and Stone went out. Their power play has struggled. But they got this young guy they brought up about 6 games ago, Bowman. He's been in the lineup. He's been playing great. He's physical around the goal, and that's something they really don't have a lot of. They've got Hurdle does that. But for the most part, they don't do that without Stone being in there. And in those 6, I believe he's played 6 games. He scored 4 goals in those 6 games, 2 in one game. He gives them something on the power play that they didn't have before. And when you've got the likes of Eichel and the guy coming over from Toronto this year, they have a lot of talent on the power play. I think this game comes all the way down to the power play. I don't want to lay the 175 or whatever it is, that range with Vegas in this one. But if you could get something, and I'm not a prop guy, you'll know more than I do on this, Andrew. If we could find a prop on how many goals Vegas could score on the power play, or a one-on-one, one against the other, I think that's an advantage here, because I think Vegas on that power play right now is much better than it was earlier, and they should be able to find some success against Ottawa in this one on the power play.
Great stuff, Brian. I like that quite a bit. And you know, you can't exactly look towards that stat, but what your breakdown does lead me to is, if I like certain players that are elite players on the Vegas Golden Knights, you just get a better price when you're betting the power play points. And sometimes even we'll see as a road trip continues and a team getting back from a road trip to kind of interesting travel spots, maybe we see some undisciplined penalties. Maybe we see some shoving and some tripping and slashing, which can lead us to it. But I'm just going to pull it up here, one of the websites that I do for my prep, and look at some of these players that you want to look at. So let's go through it just for a second here. Jack Eichel, you can't even get him at a good price over half a point, only 1.5. But let's use Hurdle as an example. He's minus 154 for a regular point. Dorofeyev is minus 135 for a regular point. Now, if you go to the power play, Dorofeyev is plus 270 for a power play point. You're going from 135 to plus 270, and Hurdle, he goes from, what did I say it was, 150 to plus 250. So that's kind of interesting, right? And that makes you real. So if you think you're going to have a power play edge, and for what I like to do is to go to dailyfaceoff.com or Left Wing Lock, and you just go to the bottom of the page. It will tell you the power play units. First power play unit right now is Dorofeyev, Hurdle, Bowman, Eichel, and Marner. So based on your advice there, Brian, and we got Hal in here. He's saying power play point for Bowman is plus 350 against the league's worst PK. So I like it, Brian. You're not exactly I had to, tap the puck in for you. You gave me the setup right in front of the net. I had to tap the puck in for you, but great.
We need a lot of those tonight. Yeah, there you go. I got a Golden Knights jersey over here for you.
I like it.
I'm hoping there isn't too many puck tappings in tonight, Andrew. And Brian, because I get it. And like in Vegas, it's just one of those things that. Vegas didn't help out, Brian. They didn't help out Akira Schmid in his last start. Mitch Marner giving that puck away right in front of the net. Oh God, I'm going to live that down for a little while. The nightmares are still there, but it's just these are two very good. If it's Schmid in goal tonight, he's having like a phenomenal season.
He is, yeah.
Filling in, and Linus Ullmark is starting to play as well too. If you look at the Ottawa Senators, their last 7 games with Linus Ullmark in goal, and all 7 have gone under the total. They're all like 3-2 or 2-1 games. He's definitely getting back to his old form that he had in Boston before they decided to move him so they could give the bag to Jeremy Swayman. But I digress. So with that one, we had some guys asking about first period plays, Brian. I'm not sure if you dabble in these or not. Vegas Golden Knights 14-7-1 to the first period over. After a quick and hot start at home, they're now 6-4 to the first period over. Not a great number on home ice. And for Ottawa, it is 14-8 overall, and it's a perfect split, 7-4 and 7-4 home and away to the first period over. Would you even think of taking the over? I wouldn't in a game in which I like the under.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I did see the Buster. Hats off to Buster, another one of our handicapping guys. He used that as a free play on the site, and we have a lot of free plays up. I've got a free play up in hockey also, and I also have 2 plays in hockey myself. But he liked the over, and the only problem I have is I would prefer the Ottawa to score first, because Vegas, I talked about this in the past, Vegas is always playing from behind early in the game. And so if there's an opportunity to play that, if you do like Vegas, I am going to wait. And if Ottawa does score first, I think that'll lower the price on the full game. We can get a nice price on Vegas in that one. It's an in-game bet, but something to look forward to. But yeah, it's, Prez was on, talked about how the run he's on. I just checked today, over the last 30 days, #1 overall in all sports, winning close to $5,000. I've got over a $1,400 edge over everybody else. It's just been great. Swept the board 3-0 yesterday in college basketball. So really looking forward to this weekend, and a lot of things out there to bet on. So real excited for that. If you're looking for an extended period, go to my site, wt.buzz.bl, and check out what I've got to offer. I've already got, like I said, a 4-star and 4% and a 3% in hockey today. And then I got 5 college basketball, and #2 in college basketball this season, #4 last year. Been really hot. I think 19-9 or something in college basketball. I've been winning everything. So other than a Friday and a Saturday, which were terrible, I've been winning like the last 2 months.
Brian,
I don't know what the hell happened there, but
I'm checking flights right now to Vegas because I heard dinner's on you. That's when I'm hearing this, I'm checking flights. So I'm going to Vegas right now. I mean, I got to start hanging out with you more, man. You're winning in everything. Jeez,
yes, it's been a great run.
I just want to mention you guys did go mano a mano for on that total for beers.
The one that you're going to collect regardless.
Yes, I'm collecting either way. Listen, there is always. It's like
it's the big.
There's no such thing as the Italian mafia. There's no mafia, but it's like the consigliere. You know what I mean? He gets to take part in the dinners and stuff like that, and he just gives out the advice. And this is what I'm doing. I'm just giving out the advice.
What a guy!
And collecting, my little taste of each. But with that said, Brian, listen, man, we always love having you on. Huge few days for you coming up, of course. Thanksgiving Day, a ton of games, NFL, of course, college football, college basketball, NHL. Great time for someone, especially the role you're on, to pick up that $67 Thanksgiving Day special. Get 7 days for $67. Great deal. Head over to Brian's page, wt.buzzbl, correct?
That's it.
All right, man.
That's easy.
Appreciate you, Brian. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you in the new year. I won't be down for December. Just the travel arrangements to get to Vegas. Now the flights are just absolutely insane. I can go on an all-inclusive, and I'd rather do that. Although we could probably eat at Marco's for free. He's always got a spread going on. Say hi to the boys down there. Wish you guys all well, and we'll see you next week on Puck Time.
All right, you guys, take care.
See you, Brian.
Andrew, same game parlay, man. This has been a fun show. We have a lot of guys in our chat. Stevie, Jeffrey, Jimmy's in there as well too. D-Best. He asked about the 6 and 60. Yeah, I will be doing it on Friday. Fridays is always the 6 and 60. It was 3 and 3 last week with the 6 and 60. Probably could have been better. It definitely wouldn't have been worse. It should have been better. But 3 and 3, and we'll move on to next week or into Fridays. We need a 6 and 0. We really need a 6 and 0. So I'm really gonna have to buckle down, eh? Andrew, what do you think?
Look, it's a long-term game with those. But Friday, I think we should do some type of combo together where you and I do something for Friday, whether it's props or parlay or something. Carm, we've got games all day. I'm thinking about streaming. I'm thinking about going live on TikTok or Twitter, whatever it might be. We've got games starting from 1 p.m. until 12 a.m. On Friday. That's going to be super exciting. I have a same game parlay, and you're either going to say this is crazy or this is going to be the most crafted and best idea we're going to have here on a huge Wednesday. Here it is. Let me bring it up. This is a lot of picks here, Carmine. This is a lot of picks. Plus 1482. Keep in mind, all of you guys out there, we're having fun with these. We're sprinkling, all right? I don't think we hit one all last week. I'm going to be transparent with you guys, all right? This is something we're doing all year. But we have hit some 10-1s, some 12-1s, and Carm, as people should know, that should set you up for, your handful of days when we don't hit them. So we've got 3 games. We've got Morgan Geekie over 2.5 shots on goal. Jeremy Swayman over 25.5 saves. Bruins against the Islanders. Ottawa and Vegas. Well, we talked about these 2 players that I like as far as my player props. Thomas Hertl and Pavel Dorofeyev to both get at least 1 point for the Vegas Golden Knights against the Ottawa Senators, and 2 picks in the Sharks and Avalanche game. Ross Colton over 1.5 shots on goal. Arturi Lehkonen to get at least 1 point. Plus 1482. 1482. Guys, I'm going to be tweeting out props, tweeting out plays all day long. It's going to be an awesome night of the NHL. If you only have one screen, you've got about 8 hours to go out and buy another TV or buy another monitor, because there's a lot of games going on, Carm, and I can't wait to watch it. So really, really looking forward to it. Shout out to Joe in the chat. Shout out to Jimmy. Shout out to Charles. Shout out to all of you guys here. Steve, all the regulars. Let's cash this ticket. Guys, sprinkle on this with me. Sprinkle on this. 6 picks, same game parlay, almost 15-1, Carm. I think this one can cash.
I think it can cash as well, Andrew. I wish you all the best, guys. Remember, these are Andrew does these ones, and it's basically as mentioned. It's just sprinkle on them. They're supposed to be fun. They're same game parlays. They're so tough to hit. I know you see them on social media, but for everyone you see on social media, there are millions that didn't hit. That's why DraftKings is DraftKings and FanDuel is FanDuel. They love these, and that's why they can pay those celebrities to promote them. So, with that said, Andrew, a quick aside. I talked about the golf tournaments, the charity golf tournaments that I ran. I'm going to maybe try and put one together for next year. Do you know there is a player who came to the charity event, and when the players come, people are paying to play in a foursome with these celebrities. There was one celebrity who refused to play with just a couple guys because there was a couple other celebrities left over. He's like, I just wanted to golf with these 3 guys. He wanted to golf for free and eat for free on my dime.
Yeah.
And then he got into an argument on the 3rd or 4th hole with people who had paid to play, telling them to speed up. I drove up in a cart.
Wow.
And I was with Kurt Browning, Canadian figure skater, gold medalist, and I threw him off the golf course. I yelled at him and told him to leave. Do you want to guess? He's a former Maple Leaf hockey player.
Do I know who it is?
He does a show on Sportsnet.
Oh, I think I know who it is.
Nick Kyprios.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Nick. That was a total kind of.
He's got some attitude.
Move. Yeah, I tossed him, man. I don't care. That's the way it works. It's for the kids. It's not for people's egos. Anyways, Andrew,
I volunteered at one last year, Carm, actually in Halifax. They do one here for cystic fibrosis, and I got to meet a couple athletes, couple celebrities, and some different people. You know who was my favorite person that I met at that golf tournament? And it wasn't Nathan McKinnon, it wasn't Crosby, it wasn't those guys. Jack Armstrong, the announcer, the play-by-play guy for the Toronto Raptors. He was absolutely hilarious. Super nice guy. Very nice to talk to. And I'll tell you, some of these people you're going to meet, and they just want to. I met a former coach of the Ottawa Senators, like a handful of people. And I'll tell you, some of these people, you can tell they're celebrities. Some of these people, they treat you just like you're anybody else, right?
Yeah, get that garbage out of here. And how about those Raptors, man? The Raptors can't stop losing. So kudos to them, man. The Toronto Raptors are looking very good right now. It is time for the pod. This goes back to the Buffalo-Pittsburgh game we talked about. Andrew, this is an interesting game, but this is one of those 20 minutes and out plays for me. I am taking the over in the first period of this game, over 1.5, minus 130 in this game. The Pittsburgh Penguins, while they're 13-8 to the first period over, they are 8-2 on home ice, 80% with first period overs. The Buffalo Sabres 5-3 on the road, but you have to take that number with a little bit of grain of salt. They're 4-1 their last 5. If you remember early on, the Sabres could not score a goal to save their lives. They are now scoring goals, as you saw in their last couple of games, 13 goals, albeit at home. The Sabres are getting healthy. They got their captain back, Rasmus Dahlin. This team is getting healthier and getting better. I anticipate the Sabres starting to win some games, but I'm just looking for 2 goals. Combined 2 goals, first period, over 1.5, minus 130. And that is your pod play. What do you think of that?
I'll be on that one as well, brother. I'll be on that one with you. So if you cash, that means that I cash. Guys, 15 games. Thanksgiving special up at WagerTalk, $67. Carmine does NFL. He does very well at it. Sides, totals. I'm doing mostly props in the NFL. I've had a ton of success with it. Let's make some money on Thursday. Don't forget about your puck time host when it comes to the NFL. We're both going to have packages. We've both got plays in the NFL. It is a huge, huge day in NHL action. That's why I have one package up with every single thing I release. Props, sides, totals, team totals, whatever it is, you guys can get inside that one package from me at wagertalk.com. Also, Carm, I still have that great deal going right now. 30 days of every prop bet I release in the NHL and in the NFL. It's a great deal. If someone out there, you're betting prize picks, you're betting underdog, you're betting on sleeper, you're betting on parlay play, you're betting on fantasy sports, whatever you're betting on, if you're a player prop guy, this is a package for you. NHL player props and NFL player props in one package. So forget about getting one play, guys. Carm and I are all about the long term. And I believe Karma showed you guys that so far with the bankroll builder play of the day. So that's it for me, guys. I've just got that one package up in the NHL. NFL Thanksgiving plays will be up probably this afternoon. I'm doing a video here to be posted on Wager Talk as well. I'll send it over to you, Carm. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Remember, all about the time you spend with your loved ones, but of course, cashing tickets and enjoying some good food as well. Over to you, Carm.
Yep, just to answer a quick question, Steve Duke, that is the first period over and not the Penguins team total over. It is the first period total over 1.5 minus 130. So both teams. It doesn't matter to me if it's 1-1 or 2-0 for either side. That is what it is. One play up in Champions League for today. Someone asked for a freebie. Okay, here's a freebie for you. The Paris Saint-Germain versus Tottenham game. At DK, you can take under match parlays, PSG to win and over 2.5 goals. It's bang, bang, bang day for PSG. I think they win this game and they win by margin. 2-1 gets you there, but 3-0 would be even better. So there's your free play in Champions League. 3 plays up in the NHL. So that $67 deal is a great one. I do have an NFL best bet already up for Thanksgiving Day. There's going to be a ton of plays for me. So that $67 7-day deal is a great one. Or if you want to go all NFL, all NHL, there's a deal up on my page. And as an added bonus till the end of this month, you're going to get the whole World Cup of Soccer next year. When there's only baseball on, it'll be the World Cup of Soccer being played in the US, Mexico, and in Canada. It is daytime games, guys. Plenty of action. You can get that over on my page as well, too. That's it for us, guys. We're going to be back on Friday. Don Buster, he'll be with his Pablo Escobar Wi-Fi down in Mexico. We're looking forward to hearing from him. We're going to break down some games and the 6 and 60 and the same game parlay as well, too. For myself, Andrew McInnes, and our guests, Brian Leonard and the Prez. This is Puck Time. Guys, have a fantastic Thanksgiving south of the border.
Welcome to Wager Talk today, the gold standard of sport. Talk the talk and walk the walk. Wednesday, pre-Thanksgiving, Turkey Day Eve, Thanksgiving late is here. We're going to get started with Ralph. He's going to break down St. Mary's and Wichita State in college basketball. And then we're going to break down Packers and Lions, one of the three big games on Thanksgiving. We're going to talk about Ross Benjamin covering the Rockets and the Warriors. And he's going to tackle Ohio State, Michigan. Got to talk about this one. And then my favorite, this line makes no sense. Drew Martin is going to dive into Ole Miss versus Mississippi State and then Alabama versus Auburn. We're going to do a contest that is available. We're going to have to pick all 6 of the spreads and the over-unders for the Thanksgiving Day games. It's a contest where if you hit all 6, you win. So we're going to do picks on that one. Of course, we're going to give you some free plays, and we got a parlay of the day brought to you by the Parlay Club. So it's a huge, huge day, and I will be doing a Steam report. We'll save it for after Ralph and Ross. We have so many games that I will do a little bit, little Steam report. It's not going to be that little, actually. It can be big. All right, if you're traveling, be safe. Thank you for joining us in the live chat. Ralph, man, loaded few days. We're off tomorrow, so we got to bring the heat here. Ralph and the Pen have joined us. We're going to break down Packers and Lions. But first off, happy Thanksgiving. And we're going to talk St. Mary's and Wichita State to get us started. So let's do that. Let's talk the St. Mary's, Wichita State. Tell us, what do we know about these teams? St. Mary's is a pretty big favorite here, minus 10.5 with an over-under of 139. Feels like a low total when you have a big spread like this. What's your breakdown on these teams?
Yeah, when we talk St. Mary's, we know we're talking one of the slowest paced teams in all of college basketball. So it is shocking that a St. Mary's total is this high. The reason it's this high, Andy, is you look at their offense this year. They are number 1 in three-point percentage in the country. They are number 24 in effective field goal positions, and they have scored at least 80 points in every game. No, St. Mary's and Randy Bennett have not changed to play up-tempo college basketball. They have just been so efficient against very weak defenses. This early in the season, it's very important to look at strength of schedule. Yes, St. Mary's average win is by 20-some points per game, but when you look at the defenses collectively, they've played the number 294th weakest set of schedules. There's 365 teams in college basketball, so one of the 70 lowest. They still are as slow as we're accustomed to, number 349 on tempo. And Randy Bennett is just amazing, getting these Australian kids that know how to play college basketball. It's so popular down there, and he's got a pipeline to it, and he just keeps rebooting the talent. By the way, St. Mary's this year, a perfect 6-0. They're 4-1 against the spread, and they're 3-1 over/under. We look at Wichita State. Wichita State are the teams that I like looking at now. Why? Well, Paul Mills has been here 3 years. His first season here as a head coach, 15 wins. His second season, 19 wins. He now has his systems ingrained. The coaches know how to coach the kids. The players that have been in the programs multiple years are now comfortable with his system. By the way, they're off to a 4-1 start, and they have covered all 5 games this year. The only loss they had at Boise State, they dropped that game by only 3 points. Now, Wichita State has played excellent defense this year. Their effective field goal percentage, number 20. They've played a weak schedule, though. The strength of schedule, number 330. And the only top 150 defense they faced was Boise State, where they scored 59 points. They're playing in the Bahamas. This is the Atlantis tournament. And one thing I'll tell you about this, the first games of the tournament, it's such a unique setting down there. They basically play in a ballroom with some bleachers up there. So you really can see teams struggle early with the unique settings. Another thing to remember, and part of the reason I'm not going to back St. Mary's here, is these teams tip off at 7:30 tonight. The winner plays at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. That's a short turnaround. So we're going to see players, we're going to see the bench extended. If a team does get a lead, I expect them to bring in their subs to give those subs more minute and be fresh for tomorrow as you advance. So add all those things up. 2 slow tempos, 2 incredible defenses, the St. Mary offense that I think is overrated because of their strength of schedule. I'm going to go first half, Andy. As I said, the ballroom setting, Both teams do like to shoot threes. The ballroom setting is quite unique. The first half total, a very fair 65. Under first half 65 for me for the Gales and Shockers at 7:30 p.m. Eastern this evening.
I am not going to the Bahamas for, for Thanksgiving to play in a basketball tournament, sadly. So, you, Ralph, you going to make it to the Bahamas for Thanksgiving?
No, you know
Shoot
what?
some hoops?
I'll tell you what, as exciting as the Vegas tournament is, next year we're going to see to see these teams play like they have this week, it's just incredible. And for those that aren't familiar, let's see, those Hawaii tournaments, Bahama tournaments are going to be going by the wayside. Vegas this year is paying every team $1 million just to show up, and then more prizes if you win. So one of the coaches says, well, what am I going to do? Pay our own way to fly to Hawaii for the Maui tournament, or get $1 million to fly to Vegas?
Wow. The evolution of sports really is truly something. If you would have said this 10 years ago, you'd be like, no way this is going to happen. Never forget, Tony Romo got suspended for hosting a fantasy football convention. That actually happened in our lifetime. So how times have changed. So, well, let's move to NFL. Big game here. Packers, Lions. This is at Detroit. Interested in your take on this game. Detroit, obviously much better at home than they are on the road. Packers, do we know what we get from the Packers week to week? Detroit minus 2.5 over under 49. What do you think of this game?
Well, you look at Detroit's losses at Philly by a touchdown, at Kansas City by 13, and at Green Bay by 14. The surprising thing is, Andy, even though they have one loss at home against Minnesota and 3 losses on the road, at home they're plus 70 yards per game. On the road, they're plus 63 yards per game. Only a 7-yard per game difference. Green Bay is the opposite, though. They have a strong home-road dichotomy. They're plus 92 yards per game at home, and on the road, they're only plus 23 yards per game. If you're a Packers backer, what really sticks out to me is their offense the last 3 weeks. They host Philly. They score 7 points, have 261 yards, 3.9 yards per carry rushing. They go to the Giants. In that game, they only have 296 yards. The reason they beat the Giants, plus 3 turnovers. And then against Minnesota, yes, they won by 17, but they only had 288 yards. Now, Detroit's defense had played well before the New York Giants fiasco. The Giants had 517 yards. I think they're only the 15th team since 2005 to have 500 yards and lose a game. But prior to that, Detroit had not allowed over 340 yards in any game this season. I had to look up the Detroit on Thanksgiving, and remember, they were horrible last decade. They won a couple games in a row, but did you know in the last 2, 4, 6, 8 Thanksgiving Day games at home, they've only won 1 game, and that was last year against the Bears, and they were a 9.5-point favorite and only won by 3. They're 2-5 against the spread the last 7, and again, 6 straight up losses prior to winning last year in a game they don't cover. Now, I get in a lot of discussions around Christmas and the holidays. I do think the road team has an edge on the holidays. Think about the Detroit Lions. They're home with their families. Friends are coming in to visit. They're planning Thanksgiving. Yes, they're going to go to a hotel tonight and get ready for tomorrow's game, but you have so many more distractions at home. The Packers heading to Detroit. At the hotel, they're going through their same routines of meals, their walkthroughs. They wake up tomorrow, they're going to play ball and get ready to go. I actually like Green Bay in the first half here. They've gotten out to some decent starts. I think their defense can slow Detroit. You look at Detroit's first half performances the last few weeks, 6 points at halftime against Philly, 14 points against Minnesota at halftime, Tampa Bay 14 points, Kansas City 10 points, and Cincinnati only 14 points. Big second half performances, slow first half starts. Lean Detroit for the game, even though the Thanksgiving stuff scares me. I do like Green Bay first half for the show.
All right, Ralph Michaels. All right, Ralph, favorite Thanksgiving food?
Oh, I'm a traditionalist. I am just turkey. I am boring old turkey. I don't like cranberry. I am not a cranberry fan. That cannot touch my turkey. My mom knew that since I was young. So, it's just a great day to spend time with family and friends. And again, I do want to wish all our viewers a very happy and safe Thanksgiving holiday. You guys are awesome. We appreciate having you, and we provide all the content we do because of you.
Absolutely. You guys are doing the Blitz today, right after this show, correct? We're doing it on a Wednesday.
You guys keep watching. We'll be right on the Blitz. Ross is back this week, and Brian Power, of course, will be hosting. So looking forward to another great card. We break down about 5 main games, Andy, and then we just answer a slew of questions from the audience. So if you're in the live chat, there's a game you want to hear about, make sure you watch, make sure you reach out.
All right. And what do you have up for everyone at Wager Talk on this Wednesday?
Well, again, it's a no-brainer this week. Year after year after year after year, I think this is our 5th or 6th year, our Thanksgiving Day special. It was traditionally $69, but, Johnny in Detroit had to lower it to $67 to make it an even better deal. So, again, an absolute no-brainer. No one should be buying any single game package all week. Take a capper, take 2 cappers, take 3 cappers, buy them all, $67. That's just not football. That's all sports. And I do want to mention this because we do get this email in often to customer service. If you want me or you, Andy, or Ross, let's say you want us for a couple weeks, you could buy 2 Turkey Day specials for $67 each, and they stack for 2 weeks. If you buy 3, they stack for 3 weeks. So it's a great way to keep that savings going for multiple weeks. I have a college football 5%. Those 5%'s 13 and 3, 81%. My football 5%'s 23 and 7, 77%. And listen to this combined record in college football and NFL on my best bets. 43 and 19, 69% the last 62 plays.
Good stuff, Ralph. Absolutely great stuff. Take advantage of Ralph Michaels. 7 days, $67. Ralph, can't wait to catch you here on the Blitz. Get us ready for college football. Thank you very much. Safe travels and happy holidays to Ralph Michaels. All right. We mentioned the special 7 days for $67. You guys, we normally do our NFL prop video on Friday nights. We're actually going to record an NFL prop video right after this show. We'll get you ready for the Thanksgiving and the Friday game. So NFL props for those early games will be up. We do have an NBA special that is up for today. We've got 3 plays. We normally do like 1 or 2 plays a day. We got 1 pack and you get 3 NBA plays, and we're going to attach a bonus NHL to that one and get you ready for Thanksgiving. And then we will have props that are up in football for Thursday and Friday. So NFL prop fans, we will have that video up later, and there's some really, really good spots and some great games. Let's talk to Ross Benjamin. We got to break down some big-time games here. Ross, happy holidays. How are you, man?
Happy Thanksgiving, Andy. Always a pleasure to be with you, my man.
Always, man, always. Let's go to this Rockets-Warriors game. Interesting game here. Sadly, we got a couple people sitting for Rockets, most notably Kevin Durant. So now we got Golden State as minus 2.5-point favorites with the over-under at 223.5. How do you break this game down with no Durant?
Yeah, I mean, Golden State, Jekyll and Hyde in terms of their home and away dichotomies. They've only lost 1 game at home this year, and that came last Friday in a 127-123 defeat against Portland. This is the first meeting of the year between these teams. And remember, last year, Golden State knocked Houston out of the playoffs in a 7-game series. It went the entire 7 games. So big-time revenge there. And Houston started 0-2. They've gone 11-2 since that time. And here's another thing. Teams, when Houston plays teams like Golden State this year, they have a field goal percentage defense of 46% or worse. They've gone 8-0 straight up in ATS in those games. And this is also the first time the Rockets will be an underdog since their season opener. So again, yeah, Kevin Durant comes into play there. The thing with Houston is even without Durant, they have enough quality depth to make up for that in the short term anyway. If it goes beyond, I don't know how long his personal leave is going to be for, but if it goes beyond a week or so, then it's time to get concerned. But I think in the short term, Houston will fare pretty well still. And the big key in this game, Andy, is the rebounds per game differential. Houston plus 11.1 rebounds per game this year. Golden State minus 2.1. I think that will be the deciding difference. I'm going to take the Houston Rockets here, even without Kevin Durant, plus 2.5 at Golden State.
I think I'm with you. I mean, that game they were underdog. They were playing the Thunder.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you're underdogs in Thunder, and then the Warriors definitely, absolutely. RJ says, "Amen, Thompson. Amen, Thompson. Props." Yeah, when Durant's out, that's a lot of shots and a lot of stats available. So, what's up, Drew? Can't wait to see Drew here in a bit. Ross, you got Olivia giving you some love. Olivia says, "Ross the boss. Happy Thanksgiving, buddy." So,
Same to you, Olivia.
let's go to big game here. Ohio State, Michigan. One of my best friends went to Ohio State. It really is just a rivalry unlike any other. Like, he is on edge all week. It's like you don't play for the team, you don't coach the team, but for whatever reason, it's just different. Every single year this game comes around. So Ohio State minus 10. Haven't had the best luck against Michigan. Over under at 44. Is Ohio State going to turn the tide here and finally get a big win against Michigan? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's the talk of the town in this big, huge matchup between two highly ranked teams. Ohio State's lost 4 in a row to Michigan, but I'm going to look at the total here, and I'm going to keep it real simple. Ohio State, they're number one in total defense and number one in scoring defense, 212.6 yards per game allowed. They've allowed 16 points or fewer in all 11 games this year, and an average of giving up just 6.8 points per game. Stop and think about that for a while, folks. A power conference team playing against some pretty good opponents and allowing less than 7 points per game. Michigan, not too shabby either, allowing less than 300 yards per game, 16.1 points per game. In their 3 conference home games this year, they've only allowed 11 points per game and 225 yards per contest. And all 3 of those conference home games went under the total with a combined 34 points scored per game, while Ohio State has gone under the total in all 4 conference away games this season with a combined average of just 39.5 points per game. I'm looking at a game, a 20-10 type of game, 23-13, possibly 17-7. I like this game to go under the total of 44.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I would also throw out this Michigan team total under 16.5. This Ohio State team has just been lights out on defense. And it's amazing Ohio State was just like, hey, Matt Patricia, would you like to come and coach our defense? And they just happen to land this insanely good defense coordinator that should be in the NFL. So I'm with you on that under. This 44. That seems pretty ambitious for these 2 teams to get over that total with these defenses. So, stand in line to honey baked ham. Bill, day before Thanksgiving, you're getting the ham? Come on, man. Anyway, we'll kill some time for you, Bill. We'll give you some actionable info. This is one of your better. This line makes no sense. I love this one. So say it with me, everyone. This line makes no sense. We're going to college football, and we're talking Texas A&M. Tell us why this line makes no sense.
Well, Texas A&M is only a 2.5-point favorite. I know the game's at Texas, but keep in mind, this is an A&M team that's ranked number 3 in the country, unbeaten at 11-0, and they're facing a Texas team that's vastly underachieved this year and is 8-3. So we got a number 3 team in the country, unbeaten, against a 3-loss team and only a 2.5-point favorite. Additionally, A&M has revenge from losing the last 2 meetings against Texas. Yet they're only a 2.5-point favorite. You know what, Andy? If it looks like a fish and smells like a fish, you know what it is?
The fish.
I was hoping that I could say I'm glad you asked, because you're wrong. If it looks like a fish and smells like a fish, it's fishy. Just like this line.
Sorry, I messed up the bit, Ross.
It's
I messed up the
okay.
bit
It's okay.
completely. You set me up, and I swung and missed. So this line does make no sense. This truly line makes no sense. So like this is like Sprinkle, Texas, right? Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah. Well, again, I'm not indicating you should go either way. I'm just saying before you jump all over A&M and think you have an absolute cinch because you got an unbeaten team as less than a field goal favorite against a 3-loss team, the books just aren't that generous. And, when it comes to sports betting, I've said this time and time again, and again, I'm going to have to be redundant. More times than not, if it looks too good to be true in sports betting, it is.
I couldn't agree more. I think this is a really, really good segment. This is almost like some of the bets that we all should just be looking at. Like this line makes no sense. The books probably know a little bit more than we do. So Ross, the Boss Benjamin, day before Thanksgiving. All right, Ross, what's your favorite Thanksgiving dish?
I like the dark meat and turkey, and I like the stuffing. I don't like cranberry, and I could do without the squash. So, there you go.
All right. I love it.
If I had my choice, though, being of Italian heritage, I would take lasagna over turkey any day on Thanksgiving.
I was just going to say lasagna, the unheralded Thanksgiving food. I've had lasagna on Thanksgiving, and there's something free about it. It's delicious. I'm with you. Lasagna for the win. That's Ross's favorite Thanksgiving food, lasagna. All right, Ross, what do you have up for everyone? We have a ton of specials going on. What do you have up for everyone for Wednesday,
you're going to go
Thursday?
over the specials and beat them to death throughout the show, so I'm not going to bore the people and other than the Weekend Warrior package, folks, over the last 2 weekends. In Weekend Warrior package, simply $49. It includes all my college football on Saturday, NFL on Sunday, and if I have a Monday night pick in the NFL, you'll get that as well. Over the last 2 weekends, 11-3-1 on the Weekend Warrior package, including a 4-0 on my 5% best bets, 2 in the NFL and 2 in college football. So you're making a ton of money. And by the way, folks, I've had 2 losing weekends since the second week of September on this package. So a great value when you consider the fact that it's $35 a piece for our 5% best bets. And you're going to get everything else I put out in addition to those 5% best bets for just $49. You don't need to be Aristotle to figure out the math on that. It's a great deal. It's an absolute steal. Folks, college football this year, number 2 right now in units earned, 34-19, 64% plus 53 units. Since the start of the 2023 season in college football, 163 and 108, 60% up over 133 units. College football and the NFL combined right now, I am on a run of 87 and 56, 61% up over 88 units. So a lot to look forward to. NBA, by the way, Andy, 16-9 to start the year and 30-14 runs since the end of last year. So a lot of good stuff. And take advantage of some of the specials. We got great specials going on right now at WagerTalk.com, or you can go right to my direct link at WagerTalk, wt.buzz/RB.
All right, Ross, the Boss Benjamin, thank you very much. Great job as always. Another great segment. This line makes no sense. This is a keeper. We gotta keep this one going. So thank you very much, Ross. You've dominated.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, all the viewers out there. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Andy, and your family.
Thank you very much, Ross. All right, so Bill, I love this. Bill's going with ham and turkey and prime rib for his Thanksgiving. The prime rib and the steak is such a hidden gem on Thanksgiving because prime rib and steak weirdly goes with everything that comes with Thanksgiving. I actually tend to have steak or prime rib Thanksgiving myself. So let's see, any kind of pot. Well, yeah, no surprise. Lino is on is on board with some kind of pasta dish. I could have guessed that, Lino. So, David, green bean casserole mac to 22 pounds of turkey. Nice, crushing it. All right, let's announce the winner from last week's Sell Me segment. So Teddy and I went head-to-head. Teddy was forced to make the case for the Steelers. I was forced to make the case for the Bears. The Bears get the win by the hook. So in the comments section, the big winner was Ken. So Ken, congratulations. Ken's been with us for a long time. So Ken, I don't know if you're watching live or you're watching the replay, but Friday, we'll get you taken care of and we'll get you a 3-day pass for the weekend. And we'll do another episode of Sell Me. So we'll announce another winner next week. So really liking these bets that we're doing in the comments section and in the live chat. So congratulations, Ken. You're the big winner of the 3-day pass as part of the Sell Me segment. Let's bring in Drew Martin. Drew's only got like these 2 monster games to break down for us. So, you're wearing the Auburn hat. Oh, sign of things to come. All right. Drew, happy Thanksgiving. How are you, sir?
Andy, I am doing good, man. You know, rivalry weekend, Thanksgiving weekend, whatever we're calling it here. This is a great weekend to be a sports bettor. We got college football, the NFL, college basketball, NBA, if that's your thing. I'll tell you, it's a lot to keep up with as a sports bettor, but it's a great time to find some winners, man. So happy to be on with you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family and to all the viewers out there. Hopefully they enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, we got a lot going on, but maybe not as much as Lane Kiffin these days.
Oh, how about it? Andy, I almost feel like this is turning into, you remember LeBron James? I'm taking my talents to my end. I feel like this is turning into one of those kind of episodes here with Lane Kiffin.
And it does beg the question, is he making this a big deal or are we making it a big deal? It feels like we all may be making this a little bit bigger of a deal than he is. I mean, he just keeps shooting down the questions at press conferences and the media just will not stop talking about it. So what's your take on this game? Ole Miss, Mississippi State. I know that I've heard, he's going to announce before. He's going to announce after. This is a tough one to break down. How do you break down Ole Miss? I mean, they're a touchdown favorite. I got to imagine whatever he decides to do with an announcement is going to affect this line. But for now, let's talk about the touchdown. Let's talk about this big number, 62.5.
Yeah, the latest I've read is he's going to kind of decide the decision day, the day after this game. But I'll tell you this, Andy. One thing I'm bringing into the handicap is Mississippi State's head coach, Jeff Lebby, was the offensive coordinator under Lane Kiffin. So you got to keep that in mind. There's a lot of familiarity with these 2 prominent programs in the state of Mississippi. I'll tell you this, I think we get a lot of plays ran. We have this total 62 and a hook is widely available. If you're in Vegas, Circa's dealing a 62. I think it's a little short here. We got 50 degrees, partly sunny, minimal wind. Again, the plays are going to be there. And a lot of people pointing towards Ole Miss's defensive numbers being great, which overall, Blimp's view, they have been. But when you look at the teams they've played, there's not a whole lot of good offenses. Like outside of Georgia, I would actually make the argument maybe Mississippi State can move the ball better than the teams that Ole Miss has really faced, gone against. And when you look at the Mississippi State side, they've gone over in 4 straight games by almost 70 points more than the odds makers have kind of projected the total. All of that putting in here, again, the good weather, a lot of plays. I think we're going to get up and over this 62.5. I wouldn't be surprised if we get in, the upper 60s, possibly even 70s here. Both offensive-minded head coaches. And I like the over in Starkville here.
All right. Yeah, crossover, you're right. Capper stash. It's looking crisp, man. It's looking awesome today, Drew. Very, very well done. Very well done. All right, let's talk Alabama-Auburn. You're wearing an Auburn hat. This is going to be diabolical if you make the case for Alabama to cover this one, but we got a 6-point spread over under 46.5. What's your take on this game?
Full disclosure, right out of the gate, Auburn alumni, business finance degree. No, I would not be pitching Alabama here. It would either be a total or Auburn, particularly at home here. This is the first night Iron Bowl in Jordan-Hare Stadium since 2003, meaning the kickoff coming at nighttime. That means a whole lot of partying, a whole lot of tailgating here on the plains. I think it's going to make for a heck of a festive atmosphere here. Yes, Alabama, right there in the college football playoff talk. Ty Simpson, he's done a great job behind center after the loss to Florida State. But I'll tell you this, Andy, Auburn's sitting at 5-6. Yes, they need one more win to get to bowl eligibility. It would almost feel better to spoil Alabama's season, keep them out of the college football playoffs for the Auburn faithful. It's just one of those weird things in sports. You get more kind of joy out of seeing your opponent, your rival lose than you do actually kind of seeing, for my instance, Auburn win the game. But I think it's going to be a raucous atmosphere. It's almost $400 to get into the stadium for a 5-win team, go figure. But really the handicap for me, and the matchup handicap, which is the way I like to attack college football and what's been profitable for me, Auburn, they brought in, the transfer, highly recruited quarterback in Arnold. Well, they've made a change at the quarterback position. In each of the last 2 games, they bring in young, athletic quarterbacks in Austin Daniels and Deuce Knight. And sure enough, they've scored 38 points and 62 points in their last 2 games. Now, they are taking a step up in class going up against Alabama, but still, against Vanderbilt and against Mercer, a 9-1 Mercer, by the way, at the FCS level, 38 and 62 points. I think we've seen something in terms of finding change offensively with Auburn. I think they're going to be able to move the ball. They're going to have the run-pass option really working here. And lastly, I want to leave you with this. This is a 6-loss Auburn team. However, every single loss was competitive if you watch this team all season long. All of their losses were within 1 score outside of the Georgia game. And if you remember, the SEC had an official apology to Auburn due to the referees in that game. It goes back to this would be a very different point spread if Auburn didn't lose all of those games, competitive losses there. With the change at the offensive position, I'd sprinkle a little bit here on the money line. I think the underdog is barking in a tough place to play Saturday night for Alabama. So let's go ahead and put the 6. There is a couple 6.5s out there. If you check out the WagerTalk live odds screen, go ahead and put the points in your pocket. We're going with Auburn over Alabama in the Iron Bowl Saturday night on the Plains.
All right, you got agreement here in the chat. That's your breakdown by the completely unbiased Drew Martin.
Yeah. Hey, I did full disclosure at the beginning, right? You knew it was coming.
Yes. Yeah, listen. Hey, the hat looks crisp. The stash looks crisp. What do you have up for everyone at Wager Talk on this Wednesday?
Yeah, absolutely. Got 5% college football. Got one going, a 4%er on Thursday night in the Navy-Memphis game. Something I really like there. On a huge run with these big plays. And actually overall, guys, just went over it listening there to your prior segment. It is 55-31, 64% overall. That's over 70% profit since early September. So long-term here, NFL, college football, it's been a heck of a run and not going to change anything up here for this weekend. So got a lot of plays coming in college football and the NFL. So I believe the best package here, if you're looking for something a little shorter term, is the Thanksgiving special there. You get 7 days, is it, Andy? And also got the buy college basketball, which I'm just starting up right now, getting into it. You do get the rest of college football and the NFL thrown in there for free through the Super Bowl. So you get through the Final Four in college basketball, you get college football and the NFL. If you want to check that out on my page, experts page, Drew Martin, WagerTalk.com.
All right, Drew Martin, really glad having you on Wednesdays. Let's keep it going. Good luck to your Auburn team, rooting for you this weekend. Happy holidays. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Drew Martin.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, Andy. Happy Thanksgiving all there out there. Enjoy the weekend and cash those tickets.
All right. Hit the like button, please, guys. Algorithm boost time, please. Really helps us out. So Gianni's obviously not here, so I'm going to do a Steam report because we just have too many games to get through, so or too many games going on today. So we'll start with college basketball here. Money's coming in on Illinois Chicago against Robert Morris. We've also had money coming on Miami, Ohio against UNC Greensboro. A little bit on Mercer. We do have money, big money coming in on Florida International against Nebraska Omaha. And as I'm scrolling down, North Dakota State has taken all the monies against Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State opened as a pick. I'm now North Dakota State minus 3.5. Moving on down, New Mexico State has moved from minus 10.5 all the way up to minus 12.5. If you want to bet that, get that down now because there's a 13.5 that's already popped up. So I believe we're getting some pretty good confirmation on that one. Or Rice is taking some money against Oral Roberts. Utah Valley against Samford. I think that's pretty good for college basketball. Moving to the NBA, not a whole lot going on. New York taking a little bit against Charlotte. Toronto fading my Indiana Pacers. That line is all the way up to minus 10.5. Big money coming in on Miami versus Milwaukee. New Orleans was taking money, and that has completely flipped. Memphis has moved from a dog to a 3.5 point favorite. So Memphis is going to be your big mover there. Obviously, we talked about Durant, Steven Adams being out for Houston, so Golden State continues to take the money. San Antonio as a road dog against Portland, the surprise upstart Portland Trailblazers. And then Phoenix is moved from minus 2 to minus 4.5. Sabonis is out for tonight's game. Move to football, nothing really concrete in the Thanksgiving games. Green Bay, Detroit, Kansas City, Dallas, Cincinnati, Baltimore, nothing really of note. The only thing, but that line was early in the week. Baltimore opened at minus 10.5, but the minus 7 for Baltimore is holding strong. So that line moved about with the Burrow news. So nothing really of note in there. Navy has taken just a touch of money against Memphis, but doesn't look like any big key numbers have disappeared. So we'll get the Steam report from Gianni on Friday. Let's do all around the world. Let's give out some free plays. And then we're going to do a contest here, see if we can cash big. It's like $1 million contest or something. So we'll see if we can hit. All right, go to the NBA. Timberwolves at the Thunder. Julius Randle under 1.5 3-pointers made. This ended up being a good play through certain stretches of last year. Julius Randle will go into these slumps, and you want to take his under because he starts shooting the ball less, and he is in a shooting slump. Under in 7 out of the last 9 games. And he's only taken about 4 3-point attempts per game, and he's shooting under 30% the last 9 games. What happens is he'll take a couple early, and if that doesn't go well, then he's at least smart enough to now lay off the threes, but it helps good for the under 1.5 threes. We're going to NHL Maple Leafs at the Blue Jackets. This comes off the WagerTalk free picks page from Brian Leonard. Blue Jackets, money line, minus 120. Fading Toronto, last place in the Eastern Conference. They've played 15 home games and only 7 road games, and they're 1-6 on the road. So, we're looking to fade the Blue Jackets. And then player prop, Chiefs at Dallas. Let's take a look at Mahomes over 37.5 longest pass. He's gone over in 5 straight games, over in the last 2 road games. So if you're looking for an NFL play, Mahomes over his longest pass is something to look at. So, all right, we get a nice comment. Andy's free plays went 0 for 3 yesterday. LOL. Yes, I give out free plays every day. They're not going to win every single day. Thank you, Snot Rocket. It's a bummer that the first 73 Snot Rockets were taken. So, thank you very much for joining us, and happy Thanksgiving. Hope your Thanksgiving tastes better than said Snot Rocket. So, all right, let's do Chris. Let's pull up this free contest and see. Imagine being in the holiday mood and just coming into a show to just try and be negative. Get these negative vibes out of here. All right, here's how it works. You got to pick the spread and the total on each game, and you got to hit all 6. You got to go 6, 4, 6 here. So we'll start with the Packers at the Lions. I'm going to lock in the Lions minus 3. I like the Lions at home. This Packers team, they're up, they're down. I'm not sure this pass rush is as good as it was to start the season. Jordan Love is kind of regressing a little bit, so I'm going to take the Lions at home to cover the spread, and I'm going to take the over 49. Lions at home, it just feels like an over game where Dan Campbell puts the hammer down late in the game, so I'm going to take the over 49. Okay, now here's where you got to remember you're in a contest with a lot of other people, so you have to try and pick some things that not everybody else would try and pick. So we got the Chiefs at the Cowboys. I got to be honest. I like what the Cowboys are doing. Their defense isn't great. I don't even know if it's good, but it's certainly better than what it was. And I love this hook. Give me the Cowboys at home plus 3.5 on the hook. Short week. We've seen these dogs look pretty good at times. And I'm going to take the under 52. I think this number has been made because of what the Cowboys look like before the season, before this Quinn Williams trade. And this is a Chiefs team. They're not putting up a ton of points on the road. So I'm going to take the under 52 in the Chiefs and the Cowboys. Bengals and Ravens, Lamar Jackson is clearly not healthy. They just announced he has another injury. It's a toe. So give me the Bengals with Burrow coming back. I know there's no T. Higgins. Element of surprise with Joe Burrow coming back. I'm going to take all those 7 points. And I'm going under. This is a terrifying one, but I think everyone's just going to assume this is going over. This Ravens offense is not putting up a lot of points these days. Lamar has gone a couple games in a row without throwing a touchdown pass, which is really strange. So I'm going to go under. So for the 6-game parlay in the free contest, we're going Lions -3. We're going over in the Packers-Lions. We're going to take the 3.5 with the Cowboys. We're going to take the under 52. Then we're going to take the 7 points with the Bengals and the under 52. 5-1 does not get it done. You got to hit all 6 of them, all 6 of these. So let's do it. We'll play a little contrarian on those unders. There's no way people are taking the under in that Bengals Ravens and the under in the Chiefs Cowboys. So I like being on an island here. So. All right, that is going to do it for us. I will be flying tomorrow, but I will be back on Friday. Today, we have a huge slate of NBA and NHL games. 4 plays are up. I put them all into one pack. Let's get some good winnings before Thanksgiving. We're going to be recording the NFL Prop Show a little bit later. That'll be up to get you ready for the Thursday and Friday game. NFL Props Pack will be up. It's so much easier just to get that Thanksgiving special. 7 days, $67. Get you 7 days worth of our plays. It gets all sports. Been doing pretty good in NBA. We dropped our NBA play yesterday, but we got 3 plays in the NBA that are up, 1 NHL. Might as well lock us in. That way you get all of our NFL plays and props through next week. It's going to be a great holiday. It's going to be a great day of Thanksgiving and eating and betting. Good luck on all your bets. We'll see everybody for Football Friday. Do not miss Football Friday. Teddy, Marco, Gianni, we're going to go over the Pick 5 Super Contest picks, always our best show of the week. So join us there on Black Friday, and we're going to get you ready for the weekend. Thanks so much for joining us. Hit the like button. Leave us a comment. Good luck on your bets. Happy Thanksgiving. Take care.
All right. Welcome to the Blitz and weekend. We have come the final week of the regular season on this incredible journey. Thank you, each and every one of you who've been tuning in regularly here live on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Of course, we're going a day early because it's Thanksgiving. And joining me, as per usual, Ralph Michaels and Ross Benjamin is back this week. I'd like to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. But let's get into the games. You're going to start with the game, Ohio State and Michigan. Ralph, I was on with Prez and Joe Ranieri earlier this week on their program, the best betting show ever. And I was telling Joe that while, look, Ryan Day's job security is obviously fine. They're not going to string the man up on a pole if he loses this game. However, and I'm going to you first because I think you know this as well, having ties to the state of Ohio. Ryan Day needs to win this football game on Saturday after 4 consecutive losses to Michigan. Now, when I say needs to win it, again, will he keep his job if he loses? Yes. Is Ohio State going to still make the college football playoff? Yes. However, I think he wants to win this game. And I think he wants to win it by margin. Your thoughts on what happens Saturday, noon Eastern, in Ann Arbor?
Well, you know, it's not a Pittsburgh situation when the coach says, I'd rather lose by 50 to Notre Dame and win those next 2 games. I'll tell you one thing. Last year, losing to Michigan benefited Ohio State not playing in the national championship and making the run. So, hey, the best thing may be not to win this game. So I sort of disagree with you, but I understand the program of the game in Ohio State, Michigan, and, you know, and needing to not get swept as far as the recruiting goes. But I want to mention this because you mentioned rival week, Brian. My power ratings say Ohio State by 17, but I will not be on Ohio State. Why are my power ratings so far off? Well, I don't adjust weekly for injuries. So, you know, you have Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith. Both we're not quite sure what's going to happen here. And they're an entirely different team if they play or not play. I mean, normally the quarterback's the most important player. On the Ohio State team, Jeremiah Smith may be the most important player on this program. You see the way the offense is different when he's not there. When they don't have those 2 in and they could double team the number 3, yes, they put up 440 yards against Rutgers in the win last week. But let's remember, Rutgers was the worst defensive yards per play in the country. So to only get 430 is not a positive. It's actually a negative. For Michigan, I would say this. It is their most important game. If you polled the players and coaches on the side and said to Michigan, would you rather beat Ohio State and lose your bowl game by 20 or lose to Ohio State and win your bowl game by 20? I'm sure they'd rather beat Ohio State and lose their bowl game. That's why the rivalry is so different. And to be honest with you, it's the only week in college football I really don't even use my power ratings because these rivalries are so intense and they're such an equalizer between the 2 teams. With that said, we've seen Michigan and their young quarterback mature throughout the season in Bryce Underwood. We've seen them with 5 straight wins. We've seen them outgain their last 5 opponents by 170 yards per game. They're playing well down the stretch. The defense did allow 347 yards to Maryland, which is one of Maryland's best performances. But again, that was on the road after playing Northwestern in a brutal battle at Wrigley Field. I'm going to go under here. It's a situation where, let me change that. I'm going to go under first half because if one of these teams get behind, you're going to see Michigan start doing some double reverses and fake punts and things like that. They're in a position where they can do that. Ohio State doesn't care if they win this game by 1 or by 10. It'll be a feel-good win. They'll advance. They'll be the number 1 seed in the playoffs. So big difference in motivation here. I'm going to go first half under. Both teams run the ball. Try to establish the line of scrimmage. And actually the under may make my card for this week, the first half under.
Oh, well, that's very interesting because if I saw this correctly, earlier today on WagerTalk today, Ross Benjamin broke down the total for this matchup. And I think there may be some agreement here. Ross, it's very interesting. Prior to last year, these teams had gone over 9 straight times against one another, Ohio State, Michigan. You think the history of this rivalry, you think obviously kind of, a low-scoring game, but college football's changed. These teams have changed with it. Last year, Like I said, though, it was kind of a low total, and it was that, conservative offensive approach Ohio State went with that had all those people calling for Day's head in the immediate aftermath of the loss. What do you think here in terms, because I know you have a take on the total, and why don't you share that again in case the people haven't thought it yet on WagerTalk today?
I'll simplify it. You got the number one team in total defense and scoring defense in Ohio State, 212 yards a game and 6.8 yards per contest allowed. And this is a team that's playing in a power conference against some pretty good competition. Boy, oh boy. They've allowed 16 points or fewer in all 11 games this season. Michigan's defense, on the other hand, not bad themselves. I mean, number 31 in total defense nationally at 298.3 yards per game. They only allow a little more than 16 points per contest. 3-0 in conference, 3-0 to the under in conference home games for Michigan, and 3-0 to the under in conference away, 4-0 to the under actually in conference away games for Ohio State. In both the 3-0 under in conference home games for Michigan, 34 points per game, and the 4 unders in conference away games for Ohio State, 39.5 points per game. Sometimes we just need to keep it simple and not overcomplicate things, Brian. And we're all guilty of overcomplicating things sometime. Hopefully I'm not doing that here. Ohio State and Michigan under the total of 44.
All right. I like it. So we have a first half under, a full game under, and Ralph, I think you would like to follow up with something.
I did. I gave this note to the Gold Sheet, so it's in their write-up for this week. And this shocked me. Since 2019, this is only the 9th time that 2 teams with 9 wins have played each other in the final week of the regular season. That seems very short to me in 7 years. So that's only 1 a year. But I went back and checked all the data. By the way, they've gone over all 9 by 9.2 points per game. Now, a couple of those were the Ohio State-Michigan games, so those are in that mix. But again, only 9 times since 2019 have 2 teams played the final week of the regular season with 9 straight wins. Okay. With 9 wins each. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me correct Ralph, if I may. Ralph, if Ohio State wins against Michigan, whether it be by 1 or 10, the way you phrased it, and they get to the Big Ten title game, they're going to have to play Indiana, barring an upset by Purdue over Indiana this week, which is highly unlikely. Indiana wins that game, they're not going to be the number 1 seed in the college football playoffs. That would go to Indiana, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I no question. I just meant they don't have to win this game by any margin. Right. They just have to win out. If they win by 1 point and 1 point, they're going to be the number 1 seed.
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad. Just a couple things. I think Michigan, I talk about here, I know a lot of us talk about is this team as good as its record? Are they better than their record, worse than their record? I think Michigan, their record, they're one of the few teams, I would say, very accurate representation of what they are. All 9 games they've been favored, the Wolverines this season. They've won. The 2 they've been a dog, they've lost. I'm going to say I think Ohio State wins this game. I think they win it by margin. And pardon me, by the way, John, here. Sometimes I go into business for myself and work the chat. So Adam has this comment in terms of rivalries. He says rivalries in general mean less now in the NIL era. Half the kids are either new or aren't sticking around that long anyways, means more to fans and boosters. I wouldn't disagree with that point. I would argue that it's always probably meant more to the fans and boosters. And never is that more apparent than the next game in our rundown, guys. Let's go a little bit later on Saturday to the Iron Bowl, Alabama and Auburn, a rivalry where one that once caused a man to poison a tree. That was unfortunate, but that's in the past now. We're going to talk about covering spreads, not trees here. Let me go to Ross, actually, first on this one. Alabama, obviously, a favorite here. They've taken a little bit of money. I thought the number opened a little short, to be honest with you. Myself, they've got a possible SEC championship game in front of them. Auburn, it's just been one of those kind of years where nothing goes right. Alabama, I assume, is going to be a pretty public side in this. What do you think?
Yeah, I would think so because of everything, the importance of the game for them in terms of getting to the SEC title game. And then once you're in the SEC title game, you pretty much win or lose, assure yourself of being in the college football playoffs. Auburn, on the other hand, playing with a lame duck coaching staff after Hugh Freeze got fired. A lot of uncertainty in the program, a lot of instability in the program. That's not the case at Alabama right now. Look, it's a rivalry game, and I think the line is pretty accurate when you consider the fact this is an Auburn team that's gone 1-6 in their last 7 games against FBS opponents, but all 6 of their losses have come by 10 points or fewer. Alabama, though, I think is the better side here. I think they're better on both sides of the ball, and I know this rivalry carries a lot of weight. And by the way, Auburn on their home field this year, 0-3 straight up in ATS against SEC opponents. I'm going to have a small lean toward Alabama. Sometimes the public is right, Brian.
They are, as much as we sometimes tell you that they're not. Yes, even the public does get them right. Ralph, it's interesting. Auburn, Ross mentioned them losing close quite a bit this season. Well, home team in this rivalry is on an 11-1-1 run against the number. Bama, they failed to cover their last 4 visits to Jordan-Hare. As a matter of fact, the last 3 times these teams have played at Auburn, the games have been decided by a total of 8 points. So there are some trends that kind of support the dog here. And, Auburn's generally been losing close, and they do need a win if they want to get bowl. I don't know how much the players care about becoming bowl eligible and, playing in some random bowl, but that is on the table for Auburn. So what do you think here?
I'll tell you what, you may say the players don't care. That is night and day for the coaches to have those practices, to get those 15 extra practices, to start working on those freshmen. So while the players may not be too excited to go to mid-major bowl, the coaches in the program need to get to the bowl. So what happens when a team is 5-6 and they have pressure to try to get that 6th win in the bowl? Since 2014, they've covered 38.5% against the spread. So just because if a team is a home dog and they need to win, that doesn't mean you're going to need to win. It means there's added pressure. So that's something that people sometimes put too much weight on. Of course, both teams have pressure here. And like we've seen with many rivalries, if you finish 6-6 and beat Bama, some people will call it a successful season, even though Auburn had other expectations. Remember, Auburn was just blasted with some bad plays early. Oklahoma, 7-point loss. At A&M, 6-point loss. Georgia, 10-point loss, where they only were outgained by 19 yards. Missouri, a 6-point loss. Kentucky, a 7-point loss. And Vanderbilt, a 7-point loss. A season for what could have been and should have been, goes down the tube. As far as Bama is concerned, you're looking at an offense that has become more efficient. You're looking at Ty Simpson with a 22-4 ratio. But the rush attack is what scares me for Alabama. The last 4 weeks, they've only rushed for 3.3 yards per carry. Now, their defense is holding firm. The Auburn rush defense, there's nothing wrong with that. The only time they've given up over 170 yards all season was at Texas A&M, but they only allowed 4.4 yards per carry. I think Auburn can hang around for the first half. I think they have enough motivation to come out. I think Alabama ran the ball. Again, it was Eastern Illinois last week, but even looking prior to that, they don't run the ball early, and DeBoer talked about needing to establish the run early as he goes into the playoffs. With that said, slightest of lean with Auburn just because I think the motivation keeps them up. But my official best bet here will be first half Auburn plus the points.
All right. 2 first half plays in 2 games there from Ralph. Ross, yes?
Yeah, I mean, Ralph makes a good point on 5-6 teams needing to win and how important it is to the coaching staffs to get those additional 15, 16 practices. In most cases, that's true. I think in this particular case, it's of little importance when you stop and think about 95% or more of this coaching staff isn't going to be there next year. A lot of these kids are going to transfer out from Auburn because it's going to be a new coaching staff. So 99% of the time, Ralph is right. But in this particular instance, the importance of getting to and getting 15 additional practices by going to a mid-major bowl game type of thing, if you will, is of little effect here.
All right. Well, all right. That's 2 games in, guys. We have several more to go in our rundown. We're going to be sticking to the SEC up next. Any game you guys want us to talk about? It's very simple how you get us to do that. You just comment down below, all of you who are watching this show live. And we thank you again. While you're watching us, how about smashing that like button? If you already haven't done so, subscribe to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. That is the easiest way to ensure you don't miss any of our outstanding sports betting content we've got going all week. I know that I've done about 100 shows today already, so you can catch at least 2 of them if you've clicked subscribe. All right, let's talk Tennessee Vanderbilt. And I believe, if I have in my notes correctly there, Ross, that this will be a portion of the best bet. Of course, guys, don't forget at the end of the show, Ralph, Ross, and I will all be sharing a best bet. So I'm going to go to Ralph here for Vandy and Tennessee first. And Ross, you can save your opinion for the end of the program.
There are not many times we get to week 12 of a college football season, and there's a stat that pops out to me that actually shocks me. You know, I look at rankings every week when I go into this. How about if I told you in college football this year, the team that has the most efficient offense in the country, number 1 in yards per play, is Vanderbilt. Now, they don't show up in the offensive ranks because they play very slow. Their plays per game are about 110, but Vanderbilt is the most efficient offense. They are number 1 in the country in yards per play. We know Tennessee wants to play fast. Tennessee on the season averaging 73 plays per game. That is number 11 in the country. We look at the offenses year to date. Number 4 and number 19. We look at the scoring offenses year to date. Number 4 and number 9. We look at the defenses. Number 55 and 75. We look at the scoring defenses. Number 42, number 84. Also, both teams are very good in explosive plays 10 yards and longer, number 3 and number 11. But when we look at what these teams allow on explosive plays of 10 yards or more, they're number 91 and 98. Folks, they line up across the board. The offenses, the defense, the explosive plays on defense. Yes, Vanderbilt is a slower pace, but if Tennessee's going to score, Vanderbilt will have to pick up the pace to score as well. Give me the over in this one. I'll sort of repeat what Ross said. Sometimes the obvious is just that obvious, and don't talk yourself out of it. So, Ross, sorry for stealing your line, but it certainly is appropriate here.
Yeah. Brilliant minds think alike, Ralph.
Brian, you're muted, buddy.
That's always well to do, right? It helps when people can hear what you're saying. But you'll hear what Ross has to say about this game at the end of the show. Again, a best bet coming from each of us at the end of the program. Let's now look. What makes this week so special, obviously, it's not just Saturday. We've got games on Friday. If you're catching us live here, always helps. You'll be getting these. So hopefully all of you are catching this before some of these Friday games kick off. Next on the docket is Texas A&M and Texas. Texas A&M obviously has it all still in front of them. An SEC championship on the table, an undefeated season, a first-round bye in the college football playoff. They're a short favorite here against a Texas team that, they don't really have anything left to play. They're not going to make the college football playoff. I see you smiling, Ross, and because of that, I'm going to go to you. What do you think here? Texas A&M's lived a charmed life this season. They're one of those teams every year. There's a couple of teams that the ball just bounces their way, it seems, in every game. What do you think about this one?
Well, you know what, Brian? If it looks like a fish and smells like a fish, you know what it is? Fishy. And that's just what this line is. I mean, stop and think about this for a second, folks. You got an unbeaten number 3 team in the country at 11-0 in Texas A&M. As just a 2.5-point favorite, even being on the road, that still jumps out at me because they're facing a Texas team with 3 losses and only a 2.5-point favorite. So eight and a half point favorite if they were at home against a 3-loss team when you're unbeaten with so much at stake. With a win, they get to the SEC title game. With a win in the SEC title game, they end up with a first-round bye in the playoffs. A lot to play for Texas A&M. In Texas, I think they have a glimmering hope, a very, very small hope of getting to the college football playoffs, but highly unlikely. Most likely, they're going to be playing in a high-profile bowl game that's not the college football playoffs. And I don't know, you know what, in sports betting, Ralph, more times than not, if it looks too good to be true, it is. And this might be a textbook example of such. So I'm going to stay away from this game just because it does not make sense, Brian.
All right. Ralph, your thoughts, Texas A&M.
I'll be on this game. And I just think the line is low because of this. The Texas Longhorns get so much freaking love. Arch Manning gets so much freaking love. I was on a show last week and someone says, well, Arch Manning's finally turning it around and he's leading this team. Well, let me tell you what turning around looks like. They go to Kentucky. They get outgained by 216 yards. They go to Mississippi State, a team that has 5 wins. They got outgained by 17 yards. They host Vanderbilt. They have a 5-yard edge. They go to Georgia. They get outgained by 83 yards. And they got outgained by 22 yards last week at home against Arkansas. They've been outgained 4 of their last 5 games, and the only yard that they had an edge was they were down against Vanderbilt game. So to me, I am not buying. I am drinking the Kool-Aid on Texas A&M. Them going to Notre Dame and winning impressed me. Them being undefeated impressed me. And Brian, while you said A&M has been the very fortunate team, Texas has been one of the most fortunate teams in the entire country. They're plus 10 turnovers on the season. Teams at plus 10 turnovers usually only have 1 or 2 losses. A&M on the season, minus 5 turnovers. So the luck factor doesn't work for me here. A&M has had to play harder and has played harder. Let me just give you a couple stats for these are in SEC games. Texas A&M, number 8, plus 144 yards per game. Texas, 95, getting outgained by 58 yards per game in SEC action. And yards per play, Texas A&M number 12, Texas number 62. I think this is just an overreaction to Texas and Arch Manning. Marcel Reed gets it done. A&M goes into the SEC championship undefeated and locks up a playoff berth.
All right, there you have it. I saw in the chat someone mentioned that, A&M certainly is going to probably come out a little sharper than they did in that game against South Carolina. That goes without saying. I think that was a flat spot for the Aggies. One thing, though, we need to point out with this A&M team, you look at their schedule and who they've faced so far in the SEC. Their SEC opponents, guys, have a combined 11-40 straight-up record in conference play. They got kind of, I think, the fortunate SEC. Look, there's no such thing as an easy schedule in the SEC, but relative to some of the other teams, I think A&M's schedule is easy. And I'm going to say this. I don't think this is the week you play against A&M. I think it's next week in the SEC championship game you play against Texas A&M. I do not think they will win that game, no matter the opponent.
Brian, I'm going to just bring this up because we're on the final week of the regular season. For those people that do futures next year, rating the crossover games are the most important thing when you're betting season win totals because A&M avoided Georgia, they avoided Alabama, and sometimes sneak up. But crossovers are vital to know your crossover games. And now, they're changing. Remember when Ross and I were young, you played the same 6 people and maybe 2 games change. Right now, when you have 28 teams in your conference, there may not be any crossover games. There may be a new conference every year. But again, when we were division-wise, that was my number one go-to looking at that when I did my team totals or my season win totals.
Yeah, and if you guys follow me on either Twitter or Instagram, I sent out a video about a week or so ago highlighting. I had A&M over 8.5 wins. I before the season, I thought this was going to be a good team. John Hoagland, by the way, who's producing us today. Thank you, John, for stepping in for Dan. Made a very nice video for me with the ka-ching sound. I appreciated that. That was one of the several win totals we cashed on our preseason edition of the Power 5. By the way, they were plus 150 to get over 8.5. Texas A&M. I thought that was a good bet. And yeah, in retrospect, it was a good bet. One more game on our rundown to get to. Then we're going to talk about what we've got going on this weekend at WagerTalk.com. And then we're going to get to the chat before we get to the best bets. And the last game on our rundown is also a Friday game. And, well, we know what they're going to be talking about on the broadcast during Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Obviously, you can't handicap this game without mentioning, Ross, the unknown status of Lane Kiffin's future in Oxford. And does that matter to you? Talk about it. I mean, it's got to be a distraction. This is a team that, if they win, they're going to the college football playoff, but they don't know if their coach is going to be there. I mean, so welcome to 2025 in college football.
What an oddity. And, it's got to affect the players. I think it would affect them a lot more if this team was just 7-3 or 8-3, I should say, going into their final game, and they were just going to go to a bowl game. But with so much at stake, I think the players themselves are going to play for themselves. So I don't think it'll be quite as impactful as it normally would. I mean, I'm not a Lane Kiffin guy, Brian. You know what? Here's the thing. He keeps getting all these big contracts, right? Mm-hmm. He's never won a national title. And now here he is in a position to win a national title for the first time, and he's jumping ship before the playoffs start. This guy's an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm not a proponent of Lane Kiffin. Anyway, look, here's the thing. Ole Miss, 3-0 to the over in conference away games this year, 63.7 points per game. Mississippi State, 3-0 in conference home games, 73.3 points per game. Mississippi State, 4-0 to the over in their last 4 overall. All 4 games had 62 points or more being scored. Their defense in the last 4 just horrific, meaning Mississippi State, 42.5 points per contest, 466 yards per contest. Their offense over the last 5 hasn't been bad, 29 points per game, 393 yards per contest, all against SEC competition. But this defense, too, I mean, not only the numbers I just gave you, Ralph, they allowed 300 yards or more rushing in their last 2 games. On the other hand, Ole Miss, an offensive juggernaut, we know that, and against a vulnerable defense such as Mississippi State, I think they'll be able to move the ball at will, but I still think Mississippi State will move the ball on Ole Miss as well, because you look at Ole Miss defense during SEC play, allowing 26 points and 367 yards per game, not exactly dominant. So I'm going to have a small lean here on Ole Miss and Mississippi State to go over the total of 62.
Well, that would be an interesting result there, Ross. Why? Because I'm sure Ralph knows the last 8 Egg Bowls, that is the name of this rivalry, of course, have all stayed under the total.
Yep.
But I think Ross made a pretty compelling argument why this game on Friday may buck the trend. What do you think, Ralph?
I got a question for you guys. Growing up, when I say what is the traditional Thanksgiving Day game, do you think the Egg Bowl or do you think Texas A&M? How the hell did we get Memphis and Navy this year?
Yeah, I know that was my first thought. I mean, it was. So I'm old enough to remember when it was Texas A&M, but yeah, it was always, this game was always on Thanksgiving until what, last 2 years? I mean, yeah, I mean, it wasn't that long ago. It was still played on
at least one of those teams has a chance to get to the college football playoffs. It's a long shot, but Navy's still alive.
Yeah, they'll have to beat Tulane. I think Tulane's in the driver's seat there, but that's a subject for another talk. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna agree with Ross here. You look at Mississippi, and their defense, their offense is averaging 494 yards per game, and they're averaging 450 in the SEC. That's pretty impressive with 25 first downs per game. You look at the Mississippi State defense, you want to talk about a train wreck. Ross mentioned the last 2 games allowing over 300 yards. And by the way, 6.9 yards per carry versus Georgia, 8.4 carries versus Missouri. Now we know Ole Miss loves to run the ball. They are up tempo, but it's by running the ball first. That really can wear down a defensive line. They ran the ball 48 times to Florida, past 35. They ran 45 times against South Carolina for 5.7. Mississippi State gets that run game going, and they're not going to be able to stop them. The defense, though, again, they've got some decent numbers late, but that was the competition. You look at their last 4 weeks, you have to throw that out because they played South Carolina when they were struggling, and they played Citadel and then Florida. So their defense is basically rested. They've had 2 straight bye weeks with Citadel and Florida. I am going to go a little more specific, though. With the Ole Miss defense, the way it's playing, with the Mississippi pace and run game against this D-line, I'm going to go Ole Miss team total over. No real opinion on the game here. Mississippi State, another one of these, and I agree with Ross. When you have these in-state rivalries, these 5 and 6 records aren't as important. But remember, I bring up these trends so you can use them in all the games, not just the specific game we're talking about. Team total, Ole Miss over for me.
All right, couple looks at the over. I'm going to tell you guys this. If you force me to make a play in this game, I'm taking the points with Mississippi State. I think Ole Miss is coming in distracted here, and strange things happen this last weekend of the college football regular season. And if you don't want strange things to happen to you, well, you should go to WagerTalk.com, where all 3 of us will be very, very busy with a lot of plays this weekend. You can rest assured. Obviously, we've got a great Thanksgiving week special, I should say, if we want to throw that up on the screen right now, John. 7 days for $67. Guys, this is among the very best specials we offer the entire year, and this will get you covered. All sports, all plays, 7 days from the handicapper of your choice across every sport. And you can get it for all 3 of us, Ralph, Ross, and I. You can also stack it as well and get multiple weeks from your favorite handicapper. I know I already have a bet out in the NFL for Thanksgiving. And trust me, there's a lot of college football coming for both Friday and Saturday as well. So that is me, WT.buzz/BP. You can get that, again, all starts tomorrow with a big total in the NFL. Ross, why don't you tell the people what you've got going on in your neck of the woods there for this very, very busy weekend of sports betting?
In my neck of the woods, it's awfully cold, Brian. Thank you for asking.
Same here.
I appreciate your concern. Anyway, well, yeah, you're in Ohio. What am I thinking? Anyway, I got all 3 games in the NFL on Thanksgiving Day. I got 3 winners, two sides, 1 total, and NFL coming off a 4-1 week. Weekend Warrior special, folks. It continues to roll. Over the last 2 weekends, 11-3-1 with my Weekend Warrior package. I've only had 2 losing weekends since the 2nd week of September. My college football continues to roll as I'm hitting 64% of my plays this year, 34-19 to be exact, over 53 units in net profit. And number 2 in units earned this year, number 1 last year, number 2 in 2023. And over the last 3 college football seasons, a combined number 1 in units earned with over 133 units in net profit in college football. And my NFL and college football combined since the end of last December, somewhere in the neighborhood. I wish I had the numbers in front of me. Let me see if I could check them real quick. Bear with me, guys. Anyway, it's pretty damn good. It's like 64% NFL college football since the end of this. 62%. I take that back, since the end of December. So take advantage of that Weekend Warrior special. NBA off to a 16-9 start, 64% to the season, and then going back to last year, 30-14. So a lot of great stuff. But Weekend Warrior special, $49, and that includes our 5% best bets and 6-0 with my college football, NFL 5% best bets the last 3 weeks.
All right, Ralph, I'm sure you have a lot to talk about as well. The floor is yours.
I've got to help Ross out. He's getting a little old, okay? So, Ross the Boss Benjamin, his last 19 football games, 13-4-2, 77%. And dating back since last September 11th, 57-34, 62.6%. So Ross, don't cheat yourself out of that extra percent.
Appreciate that,
You're
Ro.
63%. All good. Like I said, it is a pleasure to have worked with you guys this year. It is so nice to learn from you each week. It's been great for me on the show, and thanks everyone for joining us this year on this final week of the regular season. We'll still be around for the bowls and championships, so we're not saying goodbye, but I did drop a 5% last week. I had a birthday special, and I will say this. I remember listening to Ross a few weeks ago, and we all have these where we have a bad week and you lose. And when you have a good handicapper off a losing week, that really is the time to jump on them. It's like the old Patriots. When Belichick and Brady were off a loss, they were money the next week. All three of us put the dedication in and work harder. So, again, I did drop a college football 5%. I will have one this Saturday. College football 5%, 13-3, 81%. Football 5%. I'm number one at WagerTalk. Football 5% the last year, going 23-7, 77%. College football and NFL combined, best bets. Those are 4% and 5%. Now 43-9, 69%. And my NFL teaser best bets, 21-5, 81%. So the Weekend Warrior will be around for $49, but guys, do not buy it. For $18 more, you're getting all 7 days of NBA, NHL, and college basketball, plus the rest of the week for football. There's only one thing to buy. It's our biggest special every year. We sell more packages than any other special we ever run. $67. Take any of us, take all three of us, and no matter what, have a safe and happy Thanksgiving week.
Absolutely. All right. That is promotion time. We've gotten through our rundown. Our best bets are coming up. But, of course, first we are getting to your guys' questions in the chat. Goose, a lot of O's in Goose. It's Goose7. He has some pre-Saturday plays he shared with us. We've already talked about the Mississippi State game. We've already talked about Texas A&M, Texas. But a couple other ones there. I've seen some support for the dog Thursday night, Navy and Memphis, are the lone Thanksgiving college football matchup. I'll say this. Navy was very kind to me against South Florida their last time out, plus 10.5. I got a great number. Didn't matter what number I got because they won that game outright. That was a good one there. I don't like to lay points against service academies, but Memphis is a tough out. All those teams in the American, generally speaking, are so much better at home than on the road. That was a big reason why I played Navy. They were a home dog against South Florida. I think Memphis is going to find a way to win that game in the Liberty Bowl. Georgia Tech, I see you've got in there, Goose. I don't know how they get off the mat after having their season wrecked last week. I mean, now they're on the outside looking in when it comes to the ACC championship game, let alone the college football playoff. This was a team that was not as good as its record. And, Kirby has got Georgia peaking at the right time. All of a sudden, those slow starts we saw from the Bulldogs, Ross, kind of a thing of the past now because they have come out barking the last couple of weeks. Georgia has. I don't know. I don't really want to step in front of Georgia. I know that it's a rivalry, and it was obviously it went to 1 million overtimes last year, but I don't know if I want to take it with Georgia Tech against Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, when you asked me about Georgia Tech and Pitt last week, I said, I don't like to give out games when I have a bias. I had a bias because I had Georgia Tech plus 700 to win the ACC before the season started, but I also said that if I was to look at this game clearly with an unbiased mind, that I thought Pitt was the play, and obviously they were. I don't know. Now is it an overcompensation now because they lost last week and they're out of it? It's a rivalry game, but you're right. Georgia seems to be peaking at the right time, and Georgia Tech really never peaked, in my opinion.
No,
they have a great record, but the bottom line is that, like Brian said, it's probably an overrated team just based on the close results they had against seemingly inferior opposition and lucky to win a couple games.
You know what, Brian? Watching the Ohio State game last week, it was very refreshing for Ryan Day to say, listen, I don't give a shit if the score early. I'm going to play slow. I don't care to score points. My defense is only playing 52 games per game. That's the lowest in college football. Kirby Smart has the exact same attitude. His defense is that he runs slow plays. He wants to keep his defense fresh. And we're seeing these elite college football coaches treat the beginning of the season now like an NFL team does, worrying about, KC doesn't worry about what happens in weeks 1, 2, and 3. They want to get Mahomes ready for the playoffs, although it's going to hurt him this year a little bit. But, the same thing aside, we are seeing a maturation of college football elite head coaches treating their teams like NFL teams, not worrying about an early season loss because it doesn't affect them one iota. But with that said, this Georgia defense allowing 500 yards to NC State and 500 yards to Boston College against a Georgia team that runs the ball well, passes the ball well, doesn't give up sacks, doesn't get a lot of sacks, but they do have enough to shut this team down. They're only allowing 3.0 yards per carry on offense. So the quarterback, Haynes King, is great. He opened a lot of people's eyes early in the season, but this team is ready and prepped for him. I do like Georgia.
Yeah, you made a very good point there at the start, Ralph. I think you're gonna hear a lot about it. Let's say it's Ohio State and Indiana next week at the Big Ten championship game, which is what most people presume it will be. Indiana is kind of the new kid on the block in terms of being a national power, so it made sense for them to want to run up the score, kind of announce their presence. Whereas Ohio State, you're talking about a team won the national championship last year, and Ryan Day, I completely concur. He understands now college football. It's not just 12 games in a bowl. Okay. You're going to be playing 14, 15, 16 games, including a conference championship, and you want to stay healthy. He knew his schedule. And Ohio State, Ryan Day, I think, did an extraordinary job keeping this team fresh for the stretch run. And I don't blame Cignetti for what he did in Bloomington either. All right.
By the way, Brian, if my power ratings have Ohio State 6.5 against Indiana in a neutral. So we'll see how close that is if they both win.
I'm a little lower, but I don't. But at the same time, that yours feels right. Like I kind of was looking at my power ratings. I'm like, God, I wouldn't play Indiana at that number. But again, Ohio State, guys, has not won a Big Ten championship since 2020. I think they might be hungry for that, even though everyone's going to tell you they don't care.
Watch out for if I could just one quick thought on the Navy Memphis. Navy has played Memphis awful tough over the years, even in. A lot of times without as good a team as they have this year. I think we'll see a lot of points scored in this game. Memphis doesn't stop anybody. They score a lot. And Navy sort of the same ilk. I mean, and Ralph, Navy throws the ball a lot more than they used to in years past. And they're a very diverse offense. So we may see a lot of points. And I think this game's going to be a lot closer than a lot of people anticipate, because a lot of people thinking Memphis is the better team. They may be, but every team that plays Navy is more talented in the American, except for maybe Army. Okay, if you stop and think about it. So
Charlotte,
yeah,
they're struggling. They're struggling under Tim Albin, former Ohio U head coach, and
it's amazing. These service academies are always at the bottom of the recruiting rankings in terms of classifying how good their incoming freshman class is. Yet they, when it comes to Army and Navy, anyway, in the last couple of years, they've contended for a conference title.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about points. I was just going to throw this real quick, Ralph. I mentioned I was on Navy when they upset South Florida. And, I felt pretty good having 10.5 in my back pocket. That said, I believe, I'll go back and check, I think the last 7 drives of that game between all ended in touch. Like, they were just trading. So I was up 3. I was up 10, up 3. So I felt good with the cover the whole way. But still, I mean, it was just touchdown.
Yeah, all but one. I think all but one South Florida drive in the second half resulted in a score.
Yeah, I go back to that USF Memphis game. Oh my God! If there was 3 seconds on the clock, that was too much time to leave USF on the clock to drive down. It was crazy how fast those teams went down. The latter part of the third quarter and the fourth quarter. I've never seen a game like that in the second half.
Adam, as you can see on the screen, wants to know about my alma mater, Ohio University. They're in Buffalo this week. We know after last night, one team that will be playing for the MAC championship, Western Michigan, Ohio is not a win and they're in situation. There's a tiebreaker that will be involved, possibly with rival Miami of Ohio, and then the winner of Toledo Central Michigan. I think the Bobcats are going to get squeezed out of the MAC championship game, but I think they roll. This Buffalo team, I wrote about it a couple weeks ago when I played Central Michigan with Buffalo. I thought this Buffalo team was extremely fraudulent. This is a team that struggled to beat UMass. Anyone who has wanted to put themselves through the misery of watching a UMass game this year knows that may be the worst team that we have seen in recent. UMass would be at least a 7-point dog to last year's Kent State team, who I thought was the worst team I'd seen at the FBS level in recent memory. So they struggled to beat Kent State. Buffalo, so I think OU, as long as they don't get caught playing with their food, they can go in and they can at least handle their business, hoping we can get back to the MAC championship game. But I don't know. I think the tiebreakers
the forecast is looking like a lot of snow in Buffalo on Thursday and Friday. So keep that in mind.
Navarro can take care of it. Parker Navarro can take care of it, I think.
Well, again, snow doesn't affect you. You got to check the winds. If the winds are over 10 miles an hour, make sure you're adjusting if you have the pass team, in that game.
All right. We've talked. I see some people asking about Ohio State, Michigan, guys. If you missed the start of the show, you can catch us on the replay. Obviously, that was the game we led off with, Ohio State, Michigan. Ralph will be taking us back to the Big Ten, I know, in his best bet segment. A game sort of at the opposite pecking order, of the opposite end of the pecking order in the Big Ten. But remember, guys, they cash no matter where they are in the pecking order. So let's, what? What do you say? Let's get to our best bets here. We can, if there's any more questions that trickle in, we can get to those after you do this, but let's give ourselves some time to talk about our top plays. Ross, would you like to go first, sir? Here, I know that you missed last week, so we missed you. How about you give us your contribution here to the best bet segment of the show?
Well, I missed you guys as well, and thank you, Brian. I'm going to look at the total in this game, which is 65.5. Look, both of these offenses are dynamic, and both defenses leave a lot to be desired when considering they're the number 12 and 18 team in the country. Vanderbilt 3-0 to the over in their last three, 70 points per game scored in those last three games. And their offense over the last three, 40.3 points per game, 523.7 yards per contest. They've scored 31 points in 9 of their 11 games this year. Tennessee has done the exact same thing. 31 points or more in 9 of 11 games this year. Vandy has also allowed 30-plus points in 4 of their last 6. Diego Pavia, this kid is a good story, and he's exciting to watch. He may not make it to the NFL on the NFL level, but boy, he's one hell of a college quarterback. This year, 72% completion rate, over 2,900 yards passing, 661 yards rushing, and accounting for 34 touchdowns this year in their first 3 games. Tennessee's offense in SEC play, 35.7 points per game and 468 yards per contest. That's pretty damn good when you're facing SEC competition. However, their defense against SEC opponents this year, allowing 32 points per game and over 400 yards per contest. Again, both of these teams are explosive offensively. Both have great passing games. Vandy averaging over 283 yards a game passing. Tennessee just shy of 308. This game, to me, has all the makings of a 41-38, 45-38 type of game, Brian. So I'm going to go over the total. I'm not going to get scared at a high number. It's that high for a reason. Anything 66 or lower, go over the total, Vandy and Tennessee.
All right, that is over in Tennessee. Vandy got off to a great start in that game last year and then fell apart. I remember that because I was on Vandy, unfortunately. I was really irritated about that. We'll see if the Commodores pay back, but Ross likes points no matter who wins. I am now going to talk about, I'll give my best bet here. It is in Conference USA. Oh, is this a doozy? Kennesaw State and Liberty. Had a really nice free play for you on last week's show, if you recall. Gave out UTSA plus 2.5 versus East Carolina. Yeah, it was ECU that had everything to play for, but it was the Roadrunners that rolled to a 58-24 victory, jumped out to a 31-0 lead in the first half. Never in doubt there. Was probably the best play I've given out in this segment all year. I can't promise y'all it'll be that easy this week, but a bit of a similar setup. as I'm taking Liberty plus 2.5 at home against Kennesaw State. How this play is similar to last week is twofold. Once again, I'm going with the 2.5-point home dog. Also, you've got a road favorite coming in, controlling its destiny to get to the conference title game. Kennesaw State gets a major break when Jacksonville State lost last week. For those who don't know, Kennesaw State, Jacksonville State, Western Kentucky, now all coming to the final weekend of the regular season with identical 6-1 records in Conference USA. Jacksonville State's playing Western Kentucky on Saturday. So if Kennesaw State wins here, they're going to face the winner of that game in the Conference USA Championship next week. So you have to be thinking to yourself, BP, why aren't we backing Kennesaw as a short favorite here? Well, Owls were really lucky to get by Missouri State last week. Really lucky. Only a 20% post-game win expectancy per Bill Conley. They win on a last-second touchdown. Now let's talk about the Liberty side. If I were to ask you guys to give me a list of the most disappointing teams in the country in all of college football this season, I think most would have Clemson or Penn State at the top. But I say no team has fallen shorter of the mark than Liberty. If you go back to the preseason, this is a Liberty team that expected to compete for a group of five spot in the college football playoff. Instead, here we are, final week of the regular season. Flames can't even get bowl eligible. Last week, another brutal loss for Liberty at Louisiana Tech. They lead 28-7 in the second half on the road, 75% post-game win expectancy, and they lose in overtime. Third straight loss by one possession. Nevertheless, my numbers say Liberty should be a slight favorite here. I'm going to trust those numbers in what I feel is an ultimate buy low spot. Ross, every week on Wager Talk today, I know you share a game where you think the line makes no sense. Well, here we have a team that simply needs to win to get into the conference title game, facing an opponent that really has nothing to play for, and the line is short. This line stinks. Let's hold our nose for a classic BP special. Liberty plus 2.5. If you would have said at the start of the season, or even a few weeks ago, that Kennesaw State would be favored in this game, you would have been committed to a mental institution. I'm telling you. Give me Liberty or give me death. Everyone should check out that American Revolution documentary on PBS. I thought it was quite good. There's a random TV rec on the show as well. So Liberty is what I'm giving you here. Ralph, close us out.
Well, I am the marquee game. Now, these teams started the season a combined 7-0. They finished the season a combined 0-15. But doesn't mean there's not value. I, of course, am talking about Michigan State and Maryland. This game is in Ford Field in Detroit. And, you know, this is one where even though Michigan State, again, has lost after 3 wins, they've lost every game since. They're winless in the Big Ten. Playing where the Detroit Lions play, because a lot of these kids grew up in that Detroit area, still is something special for them. I think that gives them a little bit of an edge. But really, it's what have you done for me lately in this game? And for me, it's easy. You look at the last 4 weeks. Now, who's played the tougher schedule? Michigan, Minnesota, Penn State, Iowa, when Penn State was playing well, or UCLA, Indiana, Rutgers, and Illinois. Clearly, the first one, which is Michigan State. Well, in the last 4 games against Michigan, Minnesota, Penn State, and Iowa, Michigan is plus 1 yard per game. You look at the other side, Maryland minus 144 yards per game their last 4. Massive difference the way they're finishing. I like Michigan State here to finish it off with a win in the season finale.
All right, there you have it. 3 best bets from Ross, Ralph, and myself. Ross likes over in Vanderbilt, Tennessee. I like Liberty getting 2.5, and Ralph is laying it with Sparty against Maryland. We do have a few minutes left, just a couple more questions here, then we can close it up. Pitt versus Miami. Look, everyone, they're going to manufacture this controversy between Miami and Notre Dame for the college football playoff. I know Miami beat Notre Dame. Notre Dame would be a huge favorite if those teams played. They were a favorite the first time. They'd be a huge favorite if they played again. I do agree that, results of these games should mean something. It's unfortunate for Miami that they're probably going to get squeezed out of the playoff, but they probably shouldn't have lost as a double-digit favorite to SMU and Louisville. I wouldn't want to lay it with Cristobal in this spot.
Miami was a dog, or actually Notre Dame was a dog against
2.5 point dog, I think, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They were. I apologize. That's right. Yes, that's right.
You know what, Brian? One important thing you said, though, is I think the committee would put a huge amount of stock in head-to-head matchups if it were in the last few weeks. But they have said they're looking at progressions of teams. So a week one loss doesn't hurt you as much as a head-to-head loss 2 weeks ago, which the committee would clearly look at with more emphasis.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone I agree. Yeah, that's right. That Miami was the favorite the first time around. So, all right, let's one more question. Texas Tech, are they giving too many points there? David wants to know. USC, of course, playing UCLA. You talk about a game that doesn't mean what it used to be anymore. Wow. I mean, two teams at the opposite end of the spectrum. All they have in common is they're both in LA. Texas Tech obviously has been a juggernaut. I wouldn't want to get in front of them. I tried a couple weeks ago. I gave out a free play, and that didn't go swimmingly. Needless to say, this Texas Tech team is among the country's elite. I'm really excited, Ross, to see them mix it up with a Big Ten or SEC team in the college football playoff down the line, assuming they get there.
They one of the best defenses in the country for a team not named Ohio State. And they could score, too. And the differences in this game is going to be the two defenses. I think Texas Tech is on par with USC offensively, but defensively, there's no comparison, Ralph. I think that
isn't it weird? Isn't it weird to hear there's a Big 12 team that has a physical defense that is elite? When's the last time we said that? So, yeah, Texas Tech could be an SEC or a Big Ten team this year. There's no question. They fit in. There's, I think I only have them. I think I have them 4 points behind Ohio State, who's my top team in my power ratings.
Yeah, and I would be less inclined to lay it with USC guys. Obviously, this is a team they had their chance last week to kind of to try to slime their way into the college football playoff. They come up short against Oregon, now laying more than 3 touchdowns. I know UCLA has been terrible in recent weeks, but I don't know. That's a lot of points to lay.
But at least they're allowed to wear their colored uniforms against each other. It's still the best lineup in sports when they walk out. Just to watch the red and the blue, it's still a neat. It's still. Then you turn the game off right after you see the jerseys once, and you're good to go.
Yeah, it does. It's a lot better than when Alabama plays Arkansas or something like that, and you're like, who the hell's up? All right. I think that is going to do it for this edition of The Blitz. We thank you all for joining us. Again, before you leave, why not smash that like button? Don't forget to click subscribe as well. Annie, if you're catching us on the replay, you can still comment down below. If Ross, Ralph, or I see your question in time, we'll be more than happy to answer it. We hope you all have a happy and safe Thanksgiving. Yes, we will be back next week for Conference Championship Weekend. Obviously, a much smaller slate, so we can dive maybe a little bit deeper into those games. Until then, let's cash some tickets.